What I want to know is why Parkman's in the chat and not here yet. But I heard he has a sick kitty, so I'm sorry. Dials and knobs.
Knobs and dials.
Yeah. All right. As we get everything situated. Sorry, we're a little late. Things are frantic. We're figuring it out. We're printing character sheets. Oh yeah, that beat. That's so loud. There we go. Dial that back down a bit. All right. Well, hello. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hi.
Kate's over there somewhere. There we go.
I'm here. I promise.
Oh, we got
Maybe.
tradition of the Wasteland show. We got to do everything live and fix everything like on the fly. Because we never
I showed up a little late today. So.
Yeah, you know.
There was an accident on the
Our stream.
A bag truck fell over, and there were just bags all over.
Yeah. Our stream says 6-ish. So hello, Soars. Hey, thank you so much for your help again. I really appreciate that.
Hi, everybody. I'm kind of on the camera today. Kind of. I like this. Woo.
Is this Kate? Or is over here somewhere? But you can wave if you want. Hi, there you are. Yay.
That's me.
She doesn't like it, so you know. Nice. Hello, everyone.
Hi guys.
You may be wondering where Matt is. He is on his way.
He's invisible.
He's
today.
invisible.
I thought about sitting in his spot.
Matt's just a sofa.
But then you'd have to show yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
And then what would I do with my anonymity?
Oh, I rolled a natural 20. Nice.
So today we're making our tunes today, or we're starting our tunes today.
Yeah, we're gonna make them.
We're gonna make them. It's gonna be great.
So we'll go over how to do that, and a lot of it, chat, is gonna be homebrew stuff. Because we're doing something unconventional with our campaign.
Space!
Actually, one might say it's very conventional because it's Dungeons and Dragons, so making it your own is literally in the first paragraph of the Dungeon Master Guide.
Intergalactic potato farmer. That's gonna be one of us for sure.
Yes.
I'm rewriting my entire character
And if it's
right
not
now.
them, it's gonna be me.
Sheets.
Sheets.
Oh, sheet.
Space. Yes, we're in space.
I'm so excited. Oh, you guys, you have no idea. I'm so excited.
I spent a good deal of today talking to friends and like figuring out logistics on like what the fish's name is, but the fish doesn't like communicate with other people, so
I haven't quite figured
the
out.
fish just gets called Bubbles, even though it has a really regal.
I love that it's called Bubbles. I think
The
that's
fish's
actually a
name
really
is
good
Bubbles.
Name. Yeah, I think that's great.
It hates it.
Yeah, of course it does.
It
Of course,
fucking
yeah, of
hates
course
it, but it can't argue because it can only telepathically communicate
If
with
it's
me.
something nice and wonderful, of course it hates it. Ooh, that was a nice sound effect.
Oh, ASMR.
Kurt Platter.
All right.
Excuse me.
Excuse us while we make terrible sounds and while people stare at us like we're a fishbowl.
It's the third person.
That is what streaming is.
Yeah, I mean from the outside.
Oh, out there.
People like to
Why
walk
isn't
by the bar and
open?
stare inside and wonder why, because they can see us in
They
here,
can see us. I know.
hanging out, eating food, drinking things.
Being super weird.
At least one of them though, like
Why
was
are they
someone that we
watching a movie
know.
of themselves?
What are we gonna do if you guys open back up on Sundays?
We're going to be doing exactly this, except we'll probably all be on the same couch because we can do that.
And
We
the
can just
bar,
like,
and the bar going on behind us.
I mean, why not, right?
That's pretty cool.
We can even go outside if we want to, or we can go to my house, or we can go to the Batcave.
We all just go to James's apartment.
Yikes.
We could super do that too. Actually,
Big oof.
Are you gonna do the luck thing, Kate?
The luck thing, maybe. Hard maybe.
Are you gonna have a floating fish that follows you though? Is that what you're?
I am gonna have the floating fish that follows me.
I like the bubbles idea.
Bubbles.
Bubbles. The weird symbiotic relationship. But we hate each other.
But you need each other.
But
You hate each other, but you need each other.
I mean, it's kind of like you and me.
Yeah, exactly. See, people already think you're gonna kill Bubbles.
I won't. I promise.
She only kills other people's pets.
Bubbles is going to try to convince me to kill other people, though.
Yeah.
Because Bubbles is an asshole. I feel like Bubbles needs to be bent on world domination.
Which one?
See, I think isn't that like the whole like back goal of your character? Like, don't you have an overall goal other than what we're doing? Because I kind of do.
Yeah, it would be a very good idea to have a goal to be in the world.
Yeah, because
my goal for my character is literally to find other people like her because she's never met anyone like her before. Okay. But I think Bubbles' goal is to take over the world and use me as his proxy. Yeah. I'm Bubbles' tool. Fuck you, Josh.
Well, I mean, so far she's
I'm 1 for 1.
She's 1 for 1 so far. 100% kill rate.
Incidentally, he invited me to his D&D campaign, so let's see what happens there. You want me to come kill all your friends? Because I will.
Don't. That's not something you want to be known for.
I've got the bad touch.
No one's going to invite you to their house or their D&D game because all you do is kill their friends.
Except my friends keep doing that. You should come play D&D with us. That'd be great.
She'll go in for the frosty handshake.
That's our secret.
I'm gonna make that like a gun or something.
Oh my gosh, please! Can it be a little item?
Like a mace or some type of flail?
That would be really, really good.
Yes, please.
And you'll find it on some like frost giants or something.
I still need to figure out a special so that I can call the frosty handshake.
Yeah. All right, David, do you have the? Oh, you do. Sorry.
Oh yeah, you have your own cable there. Okay, here. Let me switch it then so you can go on the screen.
Oh my god. All right. Let me
hit everything while you're at it.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what I'm gonna do as my side project.
Headbutt. Duplicate.
Every DM I know preps literally the day before or the day of.
I've been prepping.
It worked.
Like
you've been prepping your whole life. You're a special case.
I am prep.
You are prep. I am prep.
I am prep. No, I've been prepping for this campaign, doing a little bit every day.
Solaris is just in here,
very excited with it.
Stealing your notes.
Yeah.
Copying your homework.
Do you want the entire short and sweet of it for our campaign? There you go.
Yeah.
Copy and paste.
Yeah. This is the gist of what they're going to be
Change
playing.
it a little bit so it doesn't make it obvious that you copied his homework.
Yeah, you need to, like, campaign could be adventure. And then turn it in like that.
Instead of space, it's deep space.
Outer space.
Outer space.
Yeah, and then, I mean, they got the whole shit show that was
super space.
Last game.
Dear Lord.
Dear Lord? Is that the final
the
boss?
Notes.
Pray to dear
Lord.
Lord.
The 21 pages of notes.
Yeah.
Big old font.
Let me change the font again so people can read it.
Oh, I should probably also turn on it. We're like squinting on these TVs above us, and I haven't even turned on the ones in front of us. I'm dumb. Hold on.
You're pretty.
I can make it work.
I swear, we just need a fucking universal remote.
Rip Logitech.
Has anyone seen our box of remote controllers? Because it's ridiculous.
It's not that bad. There's only like 30 in here.
Part of my job is every night at the end of the night I have to go around and turn off every fucking TV.
Now we can actually see the notes. Yeah. All right.
So when Matthew gets here.
Yeah, Matthew.
Matthew.
He gets last pick to the characters.
See, that's just the box of remotes for the TVs and other things like that. There's also an entire thing of controllers for all of the lights in here.
We have a lot of remotes.
Sarah knows. Sarah's here. She knows the horror of your remote situation.
There are many remotes. There's only a few. They're labeled.
It's like when we worked at Best Buy and I would have dreams about the alarms going off, but now I just have dreams about like drowning in remotes.
Have you seen the meme where the girl gets hit in the head with like 40 hot dogs?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Just remotes.
Just remotes.
Yeah.
There's like that face going on. All right. I'm excited to build my robot.
Well, do you guys have character names for your robot? I'm gonna make mine Ham the Pirate. Ham the Ham the Space Pirate.
I couldn't think of a cool name. I felt it's a robot, right? So it needs like a serial number and a model, and I can't think of one. So there's a temporary holder of right now. Oh, Matt is here.
Matt's here. Woohoo!
Matt's here!
He's gonna break the door in.
Just rattle the doors.
Let me in.
Do you see me? Hi! Hi, Matt! Hi!
The real remote was the friends we made along the way. I like Volty.
Oh, Volty.
Excuse me.
Nice. Yeah, for 17 minutes straight now.
I've been listening to everything as much as I could. Hi.
Hello.
So
Ah!
sorry. Got to turn the camera up so you aren't looking at my boobies.
It's fine. Earlier, as James was getting ready, it was just a butt cam.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, you missed the butt cam.
Maybe Shelly later will send the picture of me in leggings that she took today.
Nice.
I bought those infamous TikTok leggings, and
Oh, there's a picture of David in TikTok leggings. David loves leggings.
yeah, I wear them all the time. Actually. Nice. Yeah. I would love to see that. So yeah, I think that you could hire yourself out as a character assassinator or a part. Like when a campaign is nearing an end, and it's time to
Hire me to be your big bad.
like yeah, like you could. I mean, like, oh crap, Kate's here is gonna be the thing when people know who you are, but for a while, you'll kill some parties. Awesome, like.
But you have to hire me a few sessions in advance so I can come in and lull you into a false sense of security.
Yeah. You're gonna be like that cat that shows up at the that sleeps on people in the retirement homes.
Meow.
And the person dies the next day. That whole thing.
Yes.
Like that's like yeah.
Meow. Meow.
And then yeah. There was something else that you guys said that I was like, oh crap, thank you so much. But I was like, oh crap, I need to make note of that. Oh well, I'm an idiot. Yeah, no, Shelly, I just said.
He already outed himself, Shelly.
Shelly is taking care of my sick kitty right now who's having food problems because he's old and he's got food problems.
Oh, buddy.
And when he goes in there, the other cats attack him. So I've been with him trying to make sure that he got enough out for me to feel comfortable and not feel like.
Super burpy right now.
His name is Jesus, and he's a special boy, and I've had him since 2006, and he was born in 2005, and he's just getting up there. And, oh, I can't be heard.
Is your mic on? Do you need to on your mic? Matt?
On my
Make
mic.
sure that
Shit, this
the
whole time,
trigger is
everything-
towards you.
No, it's
Remember
it's
how you
on.
did this last week too?
My mic is on.
If you tap it, let's see if it.
Are you just really far from it? Oh yeah,
Yeah, you're just far from it.
I'm just far from it.
Here, let me. I get you your levels up a bit. I know mine. There, mine's actually off.
Okay, so how about now? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
So all that stuff
Ooh,
that I said.
hello.
Unimportant anyway. I'm glad to be here. I miss you all. I look forward to seeing you all the time.
There we go. I got you. I got you louder.
Cool.
Look at us all looking up at the screen.
I wired it backwards and I feel dumb.
Do we have these clipboards? Are these our character things?
Yeah.
Well,
So-
that's our work clipboard. I would suggest that's our clipboard.
You can use that
We
one.
panicked.
Oh, it's sitting here, so I
Well,
just
that's
started
for you to
using it.
use because otherwise you'd be leaning on
Yeah,
the
there's the
table.
D&D
and-
sheets.
I'll use something.
I'll give you this green one that I have when I'm done,
all
because
right.
I have an actual clipboard for D&D at home, a special D&D clipboard.
So we're gonna make a few modifications to our character sheet. I'm not gonna be able to reflect that on here, but you guys can just cross things out and then write in.
Let me
the
get Matt's screen on
correct
here.
wordage. Let's see here. So, first things first is we need to name our character. I am Ham, the space pirate.
Is this an example, or are you gonna roll with us?
This is an example.
Okay.
So as we go through, chat can see the filling out of a character sheet in case anybody is wondering what that's like, and you guys can also follow along because I know you. Well, I'm not sure if all of you have filled one out on paper before.
So,
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
I haven't done paper in a while.
Are we cool with me playing the somewhat sort of straight character, so to speak?
Straight-laced? Because
mean-
no one's straight in space.
I mean, like the straight man, so to speak. Yeah. Like, kind of the idea, the direction we were talking about last week is the direction we're all still kind of headed in. And
I
kind
was
of
under that
Yeah, as
also,
far as I know.
but
Mhm.
Okay.
It's up to you guys.
Is that better? Can we hear him now? I turned him up more.
Well, also the fridge behind us turned off, so they're probably not getting that whine anymore.
Yeah.
We hear the whine. They shouldn't. There is a small software noise gate for that crap.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully.
But everything seems a lot clearer now. Matt,
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah, he's good.
I'm speaking.
Okay.
I'll put on my headphones.
I could also put. Yeah,
Can you turn my snare up? I need more snare in my headphones. I need to. I need the metronome.
Yeah. So you guys are thinking the
Click
more
track.
serious characters. Matt, go ahead and just introduce your character. We'll do that as we fill out our sheets. Like what's the name of our character and what kind of like personality are we going with?
So his first name is Deacon, and he is yet to have a last name provided, but there will be a name provided as I arrive on something satisfactory. He is at the end of a line of genetic clones of himself, because kind of the idea I was thinking was that you can't really have I can't clone myself 5 times at once. I can only cloning takes apart, right? Like was kind of the thing I was thinking. So like he's genetically
Like a Horcrux?
kind of more like if you photocopy the same picture every time. If you photocopy it, then photocopy the photocopy, then photocopy the photocopy.
Yeah.
And each time it gets a little worse. So the question would be, why don't you just copy the master 15 times? Well, the process I would assume just kind of takes from the master as well. So when you put a thing into photocopy, A becomes just as bad as B. So every time you copy something, you're costing it its quality.
Okay.
In and of itself, it deteriorates as a cost of making the copy, so to speak. And he's convinced that there is a soul, that there is a realm that we do not understand, and looking to find what allows these transfers so he can transcend them, because he can't exist beyond himself as is in the current understanding of science.
Okay.
So his motivation is to bring about mortality because he's the last, or immortality because he is the last possible iteration he reasonably can be
Of himself.
of himself.
Okay. And he can't reproduce naturally, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds like a great character. All right. Kate.
So I am playing. Her name is Alia Helene, but her slave name is Whiskers.
I like her real name.
Her slave name?
No, her real name.
Oh yeah, she named herself when the people that had adopted her from a spaceport where they found her in a box as a child realized that she wasn't a cat. And so she needed a name that wasn't a cat name. excuse me, she had a relatively normal life and, grew up on a little mining moon somewhere and never really left. Kind of was a little bit sheltered because there was really no one else like me. And after the death of a loved one, I branched off on my own to see the world. It was just been a couple of years and kind of been hanging out, stowed away on a ship, and wound up in league with some pirates. And so, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. All right.
Somewhere along the way, I wound up with a fucking fish called Bubbles.
We'll have to figure that out.
Yeah.
David.
I am B-31T, a heavy loader droid.
Are you going to do text-to-speech the whole time?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us about your character. We'll
I won't be
figure
doing it
30
the whole
minutes while
time.
you type that out.
No, I'm trying to find like a decent like voice changing app. I thought the text to speech thing was the closest thing I can get. There's a really good one I'm gonna get on my laptop and probably do it that way because I can type faster than I can text.
You
with
can
my
do some
thumbs.
slick vocoding.
Yeah, I can also like preload a bunch of like soundboard stuff, which would be really funny. But I am gonna be essentially straight up like robot voice. I guess I have questions before I really settle on the 3 different like kind of directions I went with mine.
Okay, yeah.
One, I guess we never really went over. I know we kind of went over it last week, but never solidified it. Are we assuming at this point that robot is basically a race?
Yeah, robot will be a race.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, everything is treated the same as far as like
You won't be considered an artificial intelligence. You'll
Right.
be considered
my own.
your own
Okay.
actual thing.
Perfect. Okay.
Like when we think of artificial intelligence, we think of this like algorithm that is smart enough to like copy humans and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But with the robot race, it's like, no, like you came from something, you don't know your heritage, like far off ancient heritage and stuff. But everyone considers you, yeah, those are the android, the robot sort of deal.
Cool. So that's essentially. You stole it. That's what it was me.
You are more than ones and zeros.
I'm more than ones and zeros, but I don't know why. So I'm an older loader droid who is just decommissioned, essentially fired from my job. And so now I'm out and about trying to figure out what I need to do. I want to try to find my maker type of deal. And so then I wound into the hands of, I guess, one of y'all. I guess however that's going to work out.
I mean, I'll take a
we'll get to
robot.
that. We'll
Do you
figure it
wanna
out.
do you wanna be on my space pirate ship?
Ooh, we got biddies. I'll be on a space pirate ship.
Although, if that's the case, then I really do think that we need to regularly clean your parts because my dander gets in there and gunks them up.
So I think that would actually be funny. I know we were talking about that like your cat dander would like mess with my sensors, which would be kind of funny. I also think it'd be funny that since I was technically fired from my loader job, but it would be kind of like an Office Space thing where they never actually fired me, so I'm still getting weird updates from them. And every now and then I'll get like a bad set of firmware. Like a bad status. I'll have to figure out how those work out.
Incorrectly decommissioned. Like you're still
Yeah.
you're still in the code, or you're still listed in the database, but you're not correctly
active, or
you're not
however you want it.
decommissioned in all aspects. You're kind of in a no man's land,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak, or no robots land.
Matt, real fast, what was your character's name?
Deacon, last name to be determined, and no, that's not going to be a canonical joke of his last name is to be determined or last name to be determined. But for real, Deacon something.
Is it D-E-C-O-N?
Deacon, like beacon, but with a D.
Okay. Kate, can you spell your character's name for me?
Alya, Alya, and then Helene, Helene. But her slave name is Whiskers, and she has many aliases.
I have to download combat updates. Yeah,
They're all
that could be a
cat
thing.
puns.
I think that realistically, you'd have like every time you go to do pretty much anything, there's a slim chance that that's when an update hits.
Matt, were we gonna play like a generic human?
Yep, I'm just
Human clone.
human in the dregs of being like. I'm thinking, high wisdom, high intelligence, low strength, that sort of thing, low agility.
It is now safe to shut down your robot.
Updating. Cannot proceed.
All right, David. What were we gonna name our character?
I think I'm just gonna go with V31 or V31T. Kind of looks like Vault.
Is it going to be dashes or
Nope, just V31T.
is it a capital V, a lowercase v?
Let's make it all lowercase. Why not?
V31T.
Shua.
Looks like Velt.
And you're a robot.
Yeah, I'm a loader droid. Think of like the one similar to kind of Borderlands, just like your stocky, heavy, beefy, tanky style loader droid. I feel like that would kind of be my role too in this ongoing adventure, is basically just a meat puppet, except a robotic meat puppet.
A robo puppet?
A robo puppet? Just a robot? How about a robot? Can we just say robot? Is that?
Kate, I had a question. So for the description of your cat people, are you gonna go with more like the Broadway musical Cats, or are you gonna go with like Japanese anime cat girl where you have cat ears, a tail, but you're not furry all over, or somewhere in between?
I was thinking.
Where does all the fur go?
I was thinking like classic Tabaxi, so closer to the Broadway Cats. Definitely not the horrifying. Well, I mean, technically the horrifying Cats, the musical, the movie. Just saying that makes my mouth hurt.
Specifically your mouth.
Specifically my mouth.
Matt, what does our character look like?
Pull up, do a quick Google search for Dan Aykroyd, Nothing But Trouble.
Can I try to sell people things? Because she has many
Oh my
wares.
god.
Oh. Haven't seen the movie, did not expect this.
He's kind of at the end, man. He's not even old. He just looks old. Like, he's accelerated. He's and not exactly like this, but he's
I was just picturing Colonel Sanders the entire time for some reason.
this is not exactly like what he's gonna look like, but like an inspiration he's gonna look like a dude who's been photocopied a bunch of times.
With UV light.
Yeah, he's definitely the product of like not perfect science. Imperfected science. Another example is let me find his name really fast. Did anybody here watch Fringe?
Negative.
You're the only one that watched Fringe at all.
It was a really good show. I don't care what anybody says. David Robert Jones in Fringe is a good example of another. Yep. And just go to the images on him, and you can see how like it. If you've ever watched Breaking Bad, they put a lot of stuff on Walter White to make him look aged, like to make Bryan Cranston look like the cancer is really getting the best of him. And he's just similar thing here.
Vault-Tec with the Deadpool reference.
Yep. Yeah. TJ Miller, really, that might have been his best role. Even in spite of just finishing Silicon Valley for like the 5th time. Like,
I just hate TJ Miller as a person, and I love Weasel as a character, so it's hard for me to get behind.
Who does he remind me of?
An asshole?
This guy?
Oh no, not this guy.
Why is he somebody?
He looks a little bit like
Oh wait, we can change. Hold on.
Farts. Why
There we
can't
go.
I think of his name?
Yeah, we have a cooler layout for this. Keep forgetting.
Kate, what does our character look like?
So I am on the fence. I have 2 cats that I have been considering modeling this character after. One is my friend Kimberly's cat Percy, who is white, except she's got like this cute little gray halo and gray ears and like gray spots down her back and an all gray tail. And then the other one is David and Chrissy's cat Frankie, who is just this little floofy ball of blackness with big fucking glowing green eyeballs that just kind of float in space as she stares at you and silently judges you, because I feel like that's what Frankie does until she pounces.
Yeah. Pounce.
Pounce.
Like, literally just avoid.
R-rated Puss in Boots, yeah. Robot.
Puss in Boots already sounds R-rated. Just saying.
It does.
Fluffy orb of darkness.
Yes.
David, what does our robot resemble?
He, as much as I would love him to be kind of like this unique, awesome, cool specimen, you've played Borderlands, right?
Yeah.
Like you're like the Hyperion, like loader style droid, like really, really boxy, has like kind of clamp style arms, like a big red eye type looking face thing. But I mean that may essentially change. But I think I'm gonna go with like that type of deal. Yeah, the loader. That guy. Yep, that's it.
Can we level you up to get, like, better bodies?
Yes.
Like a sexier
Actually, that
loader
will
droid?
be a big thing for him, and also for you guys.
Oh, nice.
Is putting augments and stuff on your bodies to make you look different.
Yeah.
Can we eventually put
Oh
pieces
my-
on him that let us like strap on?
I just never realized. Did they always have human hands? That's not. I never realized that. That's really fucking creepy. I always thought they had like little robot hands, but that's like those are human hands.
That's much different from what I was imagining, because I really, like, was just thinking Cliff Steele from
Yeah.
Doom Patrol. Where it's just, like, your classic ugly robot.
I do think it'd be really funny though that if he runs, he has like Tasmanian devil tornado legs. Just as a mental image.
Take the A out of border. There you go.
What kind of colors are you sporting?
I haven't figured that out. I was thinking like purple green, but like obviously worn down. Stick some stainless steel kind of rusty gray in there. Let's go with that.
Do you have like eyes or anything, or do you like rely on like a scanner or?
Just one weird eye stalk.
One of those eye stock. Sensors, cameras, no like direct like face to look at, I guess. But I was again kind of like these little loader droids where it's just kind of like an ominous kind of eye, I guess, where you think it's faces.
What way is your front?
If you had to put pants on, what direction would they?
Well, it would obviously go in the direction that your thumbs are pointing in because you have human hands.
Yeah. Would they though? Could I just rotate them?
Do you have human hands?
No, I definitely do not.
What do you have?
I was thinking just like just bulky like little claw things. I have to be really gentle. Like clamps.
Like
But-
2 clamps, 3 clamps?
Yeah, like two.
My
like
name is
big,
Clamps.
like big bulky,
Clamp
like
things.
useless.
Clamps like in opposition, like a literal 4-way as opposed to just a C.
Like actual C.
So if you just
Like
have
an
a
actual
C,
C,
but
okay.
but I mean,
Oh.
like you could have 2 C.
Hinge in the middle.
Like you could literally
Like a
be
thumb?
four.
What if you have 3 and you're like a claw machine game?
I was thinking 4, and they just worked kind of you could.
You can manipulate. Well, Matt, it's David. It's completely up to you.
Yeah,
if you
it's
want
completely
2
up to
clamps with like a small thumb clamp, that's totally fine. If you just want the
I
2
feel like
clamps, then
I
you're
feel like we're
totally good with
overthinking this, but at the same time, this has a lot to do with the character development.
that. Yeah. So it's completely up to you. Do you want just the 2 clamps, or?
I was just thinking like dumb, stupid robotic.
Yeah, no, that's
like,
totally cool.
because that's kind of
totally
like his flaw too. It's like here you have to catch this tiny ball. Well, okay.
Joke's on you. I have clamps for hands.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to pet this tiny cat.
Please don't pet me.
I'm gonna hold Bubbles. Big beefy claws. Yeah.
All right. We're not going to have a race, but we all are, or not a class, but we all are going to start off at level 1.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no levels, is what we decided. So
Right.
you can actually ignore that completely. Our background, I'm thinking like David, you're a loader, you're a factory worker sort of deal. Matt, you're probably like a researcher or a scientist or something, and then Kate, you're like what are the homeless children called? What is that?
Orphans?
No, an urchin.
Urchin? Yeah.
But like, I want you guys to like develop it a little bit. Like, instead of just being like, I'm a researcher, like what is it exactly that you do? Matt, we'll start down with you.
What exactly do I do? I'm researching solely things involving genetics and the link to the afterlife spiritual realm that I'm persistently believing exists. Whether or not it does, that's up to the DM. But I am not a ghost hunter, but rather a, in pursuit of the technology to bring to figure out to isolate what is being transferred, to isolate the soul, whatever perception there is that causes things to work the way they do. That's my focus on research. It goes against everything that it should. Science disproves things, but yeah. Science.
Woo, spooky.
Kate, what is Alia? Am I saying that right?
Oh yeah.
Alia, what is Alia's background?
So she was abandoned as a child, found in a box at a spaceport, and taken in by a lovely couple and their young daughter, and had a relatively normal childhood, but never really left her moon, until she was an adult and her quote-unquote sister passed away in a tragic accident, and she kind of was like, well, fuck, what do I do now? My only friend is gone, and so she stowed away on a ship and made her way off into the vast unknown, but having never left her home before, she had no idea what she was doing, and was kind of forced to, obviously be an urchin and have to, steal and barter and bargain for what she needed, and she got into a lot of scraps and a lot of bad situations and fell in with the wrong crowd, aka pirates.
Was this on also like a port town, or were you abandoned in a big city or something?
I'm thinking it was likely a bigger city. She was found when they were leaving from a vacation or some shit.
I know you said Port Town, but I'd like to imagine you said Pork Town. And
going to Pork Town.
And yeah. I really like the idea of Pork Town.
This is a very different campaign now.
We got sexy cat ladies in Pork Town.
Yeah.
Pork Town, USA.
And robot sex. The only thing we're missing is tentacles. Oh god.
Soon.
David, what is our background?
Lots of tentacles. He doesn't know, I guess, is the thing. We're trying to find this out. So I guess that's his whole objective. So essentially he's a loader droid. I don't know where yet. I guess it's kind of to be determined as far as if he's on some moon moving stuff or some secret loader ship moving cats or whatever. I guess I need to figure out that stuff.
His entire job was literally herding cats.
Yes, loading cats. Big boxes of no. But since he was decommissioned, now it's his robot life goal to try to find out who made him.
Who made you?
Who made me? Father.
Are you my daddy?
So you just moved cargo and stuff, or were you able to pilot ships and move them around?
Oh yeah, I'd like to be able to do that. I would imagine anything you'd normally do in a big space frigate. So if I had to move cargo around or operate big loaders or pilot small frigates. Move one box from here to there.
Okay. Go ahead and put your player names up there, just because it's there, and I'm a completionist. And then, we're gonna go with alignments on here. And when I say someone is evil, I don't necessarily mean that they will pull out a shiv and start stabbing people. What evil typically means is you will do anything and everything to benefit yourself, whether that means helping someone out so that you get an upper hand in a situation, or perhaps in the case of like wolves and stuff, wolves are considered neutral evil in the sense that they will protect their territory from anything, despite whether those people that come in are trying to help them or not. The wolves wouldn't know, so they're evil in the fact that they will attack these people despite them trying to help them. Whereas good doesn't necessarily mean you're going to save the person that's dying on the ground. It just might mean that if somebody is in danger, you will weigh in helping them out. But if it technically would put you in danger, you might not do it. With that said, like Matt, for instance, if you were like a good alignment, you come across some people that have like genetic malfunctions in them or whatever, and you want to like try and help them out, versus evil, whereas you come across some people that have genetic, mutations that are not exactly good for them, you'll help them out, but you'll only do it for like a payment or something like that. That's just one idea. Please elaborate on it.
Sure.
What kind of alignment would Deacon have?
Deacon is self-serving, 100%. Not to the point of being a charlatan necessarily, but it's about recognition and legacy. So everything is at the cost of self-preservation. If it benefits him, he'll do it, but it has to benefit him more than the risk. So there's a fear of death. He's afraid of the end. So putting himself in harm's way is not something he wants to do unless the reward is worth it.
Okay, so that would that seems more like neutral than anything else. What would you say? Like out of being good, neutral, or self-serving evil, what spectrum would you kind of be on, do you think?
Well, if you have, he's not chaotic.
Right.
He's very deliberate. He's very calculated. And
So let's say you yourself have a set of rules. Mm-hmm. Would you go outside of those set of rules ever, or would you strictly stay in those set of rules when you're considering doing things?
Stay in those set of rules.
So you would be lawful.
Yeah.
And then with that, would you be lawful good, neutral, or
neutral?
Or evil? Neutral.
Absolutely neutral.
Okay, so lawful, neutral. Perfect. Kate, what do you think Whiskers would fall in? Like what motivates her, and why does she, like, what kind of rules does she stick to, if she sticks to any type of rules?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, as much as her parents tried to instill goodness into her, she's still a fucking cat, and chaos is her nature. So right now, I am inclined to say chaotic good, but with some more neutral leanings, because...
So like a chaotic neutral character?
Yeah. Because especially, for the last few years, kind of hanging out with pirates and having to pillage and do what she needs to do to get by, she's had to kind of make some compromises with her own morals and values. So her moral compass is a little bit skewed at this point.
So would you say you put yourself first, or like your party first, or would you go out of your way to help someone if they were?
I would probably go out of my way to help someone if it didn't hurt me. Me first, everyone else second. And, well, me first, then party, then everyone else, I guess.
Okay.
Just don't call me Whiskers and don't try to pet me.
And David, what kind of alignment do you think our robot would have now that he's no longer part of the collective, if you were, working at the factory?
I don't think he's going to immediately sprout like an evil compassion or anything like that. So I think I'm going to be more on the cooperative allegiance side. So more of a because I was built for a general purpose, right? Loading stuff.
Right.
So I guess if you take like whatever cargo or box I'm holding, I essentially treat that as, you know, whatever higher power I am. So my allegiance is to said box. You know, I will protect said box. I will make sure said box gets to where it needs to be. So that
I'm sorry. When
has
you
one
say
operation.
you're protecting the box, I'm just thinking putting the pussy on a pedestal.
sure.
I actually love the complex yet simplicity of your character.
Right.
It
So
is
and
beautiful.
that's basically it. So I have nothing, no other.
So kind of like when
I
you're
guess
given a
allegiances.
task, when you're given a task and you commit yourself to the task. Like, let's say somebody goes, I will pay you X amount of money for you to go do something for me. When you commit to that, you're kind of like set in
That's
that.
it.
It's
Yeah.
like, I am going to do that no matter what. Yeah, the world's on fire. The factory's going to blow up. My collective is going to go down. I have
this to worry
box
about.
I have to go deliver.
Yeah,
Bye, guys.
this box needs to be where it needs to go. So I got to make sure I do that. This is my box, or many like it, but this one is mine. That's exactly right.
Always a
Elias.
loader, never a freeloader.
Oh my god.
I really
leaving.
Like, I really like Full Metal Jacket. It's one of my favorites. I guess if that makes sense. Lawful, yeah.
So I think you're kind of true neutral, because
Okay.
if somebody evil hired you, like, I need you to go burn this village of people so that I could build a giant Amazon
I'm not gonna
factory there.
That's not gonna happen.
No, nothing like that.
No, nothing like that. No.
Okay.
If you need me to deliver a bomb to a village,
I think if he has some if he has some sort of code of ethics like that, then that would put him in the good side. Then if he,
Yeah.
I guess what I like, because he won't go evil, he's got to be good.
So if somebody was to go, hey, I need you to deliver this bomb to the town so that I can take it over, you wouldn't do it. But if someone goes, hey, I need you to deliver this package, don't look inside, to this town, go do it, you would then go do it.
I think we're more of a since I no longer am confined to say generic rules of a corporation or anything. I would
Right.
probably say, how does this benefit me in a sense?
Okay.
With that benefit being, hey, do you know where I came from? So if this person can provide me said information, it's like, hey, I guess that would be more of like a bargaining chip for me.
We're all just looking for pieces of one another.
Yeah. So I mean, if that could be provided and it's worth it, then yeah, I'll blow up a town to figure out where I'm coming from. I'm a robot.
Like, I think that it also...
Let's probably for this sake, let's just say no. I don't think I'm going to end up doing anything that gnarly.
Yeah. Well, it was just an example.
Right.
Well, I also think that as the character develops and you gain more sentience, for lack of a better term, you know, alignments can change and priorities can
Yeah.
change
Yeah.
as things go forward. So, you know, at the very beginning, when you're very basic and someone goes, hey, droid, this is like your main goal, so I will give you this bomb to take to point A. And your
Solar.
initial thought is to go, okay, I will serve my purpose because this is my purpose. But as things go forward, you start to go, maybe I didn't have to take that bomb. And slowly you start to skew in one direction or the other.
It's possible. I may learn that as I do more evil things, I get closer to my overall goal, and that's the direction I end up going. But for now,
David's the one that's actually taking over the universe.
Yeah.
Not the fish.
Very true. My loader droids.
So, and then with experience points, we're not doing milestones. We're not doing experience points. The way that we level up and get more powerful is by discovering augments or doing research and then being able to, or learning something as we play, and then getting more powerful that way.
Knowledge is power.
So there's a few things in here that we're going to change. So you guys, when it says Arcana, I want you to just cross that out and write science above it.
Science.
Because magic, and I will tell you this, magic does not exist in this universe.
Okay.
As you know it.
Got it.
everything can be explained by science in one way or another.
I effing love that.
Why am I missing where it says Arcana?
It's the third one
It's
down.
in alphabetical
Yeah,
order.
I don't know why I was looking everywhere but right there.
And science will still use intelligence, but it will be highly
Science.
influenced with wisdom as well. And then where it says armor class up here, I want you to cross that out and write shields.
Shields.
So, chat, unlike armor class in this, they're going to have a reoccurring
cool.
charge of a shield that each round they're in combat, their shield will refuel to full.
Nice.
So at the start of their turn, their shield will go from however damaged it is to full, and then throughout the rounds, they will lose their shields, and then it will start to get into their HP pool.
I love it.
So there will still be no there will still be rolling to hit and stuff, and we will go through how that works. But shields will play a big part in whether you take damage or not.
Super
And
cool.
there will be augments and stuff to increase your shields. There will be things that make it so that your shield absorbs, and then when you go fire your gun, punch them or something, the damage you absorbed might then reflect back into them, and
Fun.
so on and so
Oh,
forth.
like in
I
Black
like this.
like in Black Panther, where she's like hit the suit, no, not that hard, and then the suit hits him back.
Yeah. Or like in the new Mortal Kombat movie, if you guys have seen it.
No.
Spoiler.
I literally saw the
go
first
into it.
13 minutes of it before I came here today.
Well, if you guys have ever played Cole, which is a Mortal Kombat character, it kind of works how his armor is, which shouldn't be a spoiler because it's part of the games, and if you haven't played it, shame on you. It's a fucking fantastic. So you have to go into watching Mortal Kombat, realizing that it's a video game.
I heard it
'Cause
was-
There's one point, you know, in the Doom movie where it goes in the first person view.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's totally a video game. There's a part in Mortal Kombat where it just goes side, and then they're fighting.
That's of course that's the
It's
best.
fucking terrific.
That's
I love it. It's
amazing.
terrific.
Well, yeah, it's self-aware of what it is.
Yeah,
and
it
that's what's-
absolutely is.
That's what separates it from the '90s one already, is that it knows what it's doing in that way, and that's what makes Doom. While Doom is a bad movie from a lot of perspective, Doom is technically a very good movie for what it was.
There's
Yeah.
So in the original Mortal Kombat game, there was a exploit you could do where you can continue to leg sweep a computer, and then it couldn't ever get out of it if you timed it right. They have things like that in the movie.
Oh, nice
It's,
homages.
it's terrific.
Oh my god, I'm even more excited now.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to roll our stats: strength, dex, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. So with that said, and I will give each of you your own options on what you want to do. You can either roll to get this stat, which will mean you'll take a d6, you'll roll it 4 times, and you'll drop the lowest number, add the other 3, and that will be your score. You can then, you'll record all 6 stats and then put them where you want, or you can roll straight down the board. So your first rolls will be for strength, second one will be for dex. That's kind of playing hardcore mode. Or you can do the point buy system, or you can do the traditional one where you start with a 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, and 9, and then you just put those wherever
allocate
you
them.
want.
Yeah.
Which ones do you guys want to do? Matt, which one do you think sounds best for what you want to go with?
I really like the array because rolling is very random,
Yeah.
and I don't want to end up with really low stats all around because well, maybe point buy, depending upon what a point buy looks like. I want them to just have high intelligence and high wisdom, and that's that.
Okay, I think the I think point buy would be best for you then, because you could add a bunch of points into Arcana or into Intelligence and Wisdom, and then you can kind of allocate the rest of the points into everything else.
Yeah, because he doesn't need to have. He's not going to be charismatic
Right.
or strong or dexterous. Well, maybe dexterous, but not. He's not going to have Constitution, Strength, or or Charisma.
So I want you to go to chickendinner.com. If you just type in D&D point buy, it should pop up this, like on your phone or something. It'll pop up a calculator that's like this for point buy, and it will work really well for you. And just keep everything default as it is. You'll have 27 points to spend and to put them where you want.
Chicken dinner. I love it.
Kate, what do you want to go with for your points?
As much as I love rolling dice, I think that point buy usually is the best way to go for starting out.
Okay.
Because otherwise you end up with, like Matt was saying, stats stacked in the wrong direction, one way or the other. Either that or, like, I've rolled and, like, had characters come out fucking jacked.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this doesn't seem fair. Like, for first level, this is really stupid.
So you want to go with point buy?
Yeah.
All right. And David, what do you think you want to go with? You want to leave it up
I
to
can't roll with these claw hands. I'll go with a point buy.
Okay, guys. So all of you, go ahead and pull up the point buy calculator.
I'm just really bad at rolling. I'm worried that my strength is going to be
and then
1,
you can go ahead and put them on.
and that would be bad for my robot.
So it caps out at 15 points on things?
Yes, 15 points is the highest you can put them in.
Okay.
And,
Well-
and essentially you could have 3 8s and then 3 15s, and you would be jacked in what you do and then bad in what you don't. And you can even take points out. Like, oh, this one won't let you. Yeah, let's not do that. I don't want you guys to have like a 1 in a stat. That would be.
Are we still gonna go with like racial bonuses?
Yes, we will pick one of the stats to add a 2 in, and then another stat to add a 1 in. And I'll let you guys choose which ones you want that to be.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much 3 8s and 3 15s then, because that's what the point buy does.
Okay, if that's what you want to go with, yeah.
And then I'd throw 2 to intelligence and 1 to wisdom.
So the smaller, so if you look back on the character sheet, and you see where it says strength, dex, and stuff on the side, the smaller box will be the larger number. So if your strength is a 15, you'll put that in there, and then you'll put the plus, what is it, plus 2, in the taller box, because for every 2 points above 10, you add a 1, or it essentially becomes a 1 modifier that when you roll, that's what it is.
So the oval should be the 8s or 15s in my case.
Yes, exactly.
But what about the +2 and +1 racial?
Those would be so the racial things. Pick which stats you want, and then add those to the numbers. So, like, if you, for instance, want to add the +2 to like intelligence, go ahead and make that 15 a 17, and then it would become a +3
In the oval.
in the oval. Yeah,
Okay.
and then another one of those to add a +1 to, which would then, for in your case, make it a +3. 16, which would be a +3.
Okay. And so the +3 goes in the big box.
Yes, and if you have an 8, if you have a 9 or an 8, it is a -1.
Perfect.
Ah, chaos.
Yeah.
And obviously augments can fix these things.
Yep.
Physical gear can fix these things, whatever, obviously. But I dig this. I'm feeling comfortable with this, I think. Okay.
All right.
Daddy, like. I just love that it's chicken dinner.
All right. I think I got it.
You think you got it?
I think I got it.
All right.
Probably.
Make sure you do everything in pencil, by the way. Don't use a pen.
Shit. Fuck.
I tried to offer you a pencil.
Shit.
For going forward when filling out stats and stuff, because these are things that change and alter. The things you have above, well, except for your
Alright.
alignment, which
I was
you
gonna-
might need to
That's
scratch
it.
out.
pencil.
Once we like, I'll take these character sheets, and because I've got a character sheet thing that I've been working on for the store, so we can give character sheets to players.
Okay, yeah.
I'll do one just for our campaign that tailors to the things that are actually us.
Okay, perfect.
So don't worry about it tonight. I will make that my homework.
I'm an anal retentive weirdo and have colored pens so that are erasable. But that's just because I'm a crazy person.
I'm just a fucking vulgar as shit robot bitches.
What?
Somebody spent a little too much time as a bouncer.
I'm downloading a lot of 90s internet. Learning human ways.
That's what happens when you work in the pork. town.
Good old
so
Portland.
Are you guys working on your stats still?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I just filled it in.
There's way too much math involved. I forgot how much math is in D&D, James. D&D Beyond did it for me for so long.
Technically, we are beyond D&D.
We're just
yes.
and we're just doing the
You
27.
just
Hey,
gave me
Matt.
a lot.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
The number of times that I do that to you, or that you have that response, just makes it worth it every time.
27 it is.
It's why I like playing with you, Matt. You surprise me, and that's part of that's most of the fun for me is when I just go like, what?
Unlike
From something a player wants to do or says and stuff.
unlike David's character, I think outside of the box.
Zay.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah,
I
I
moved it.
I'm training to be a dad.
Alright, it's done.
All right.
I got your box right here.
Shelly's gonna make you a friendship bracelet, Kate.
I need an adult Shelly.
So what we're gonna do now is your proficiency bonus is just gonna be 2 for now. It'll go up as you get augments and stuff, and as you play. So between the saving throws and then our skills, I want you to pick 7 of them and then circle in or fill in the little circles. Essentially, I mean, you guys know what a saving throw is versus a skill, right?
Yep.
Go ahead and explain it for all of us, just so we're fully clear.
Okay. So a skill is when you are trying to accomplish something. Like, say, acrobatics, you're trying to walk a tightrope. For investigation, you're looking for small, minute details in a crime scene. For sleight of hand, you're trying to like draw a gun faster than another person, or you're trying to make like a card disappear in your hand as a magic trick or something like that. That stealth would be trying to stay quiet as you're moving between alleyways and stuff. For a saving throw, strength might be something where you are trying to like pull a rope against somebody else, and then you're trying to pull stronger than them, so you would make a saving throw. A dexterity one might be like you're sliding down a cliff, whether you are able to stay on your feet as you're doing that, or you eat it and then you end up going face first down the cliff. A wisdom one might be where like some creature is trying to like influence your mind, and you're trying to like push them out of your mind. Or an intelligence one might be like where someone's trying to make you stupid by talking to you. And then you're trying to like not follow along and then become more dumb.
Okay.
Or constitution might be like you're poisoned, so your body is trying to resist the poison. And so I'm gonna let you pick 7 of any of those to be it. So you could have all 6.
All saving throws.
You could have all 6 in saving throws and then 1 skill if you wanted to. That's totally fine. But just out of the skills and saving throws, pick 7, and then those will be what you're very good at, and it will be what you're very good at resisting.
I'm happy about these.
And so science is over arcana.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna. So we're circling any 7 from the saving throws and skills.
Yes.
That's what. Okay. Yeah.
Normally, how it would work is your class and race would determine what you pick here, with a little bit of options for you. With your class specifically telling you what saving throws you have, and you would only have 2 of them. But I like giving you the idea of, or I like the idea of you guys not being technically good at any particular skill, but you're very good at like resisting things happening to you. Or perhaps you're not good at all at resisting things, but you're very good at a bunch of different things. So you guys let me know when you're done.
I've got my 7, I think, and you tell me. Please give me your feedback on what you think about these based off of what you know. So on the saving throws category, intelligence and wisdom.
Okay.
From the skills category, science, investigation, medicine, nature, perception.
I think those are great, especially for your character as like a scientist, research, nerdy type.
Religion and survival seem like they would be, and sleight of hand seemed like they would follow, and maybe even history seemed like they would follow at like a next level.
Perhaps those could be something if you get the option to pick more at another time to pick.
Okay, and then insight was another one that had me curious.
Insight is your ability to tell what someone is hiding from you,
Yeah, that's less important.
or what their intention is. So when you guys have those, we're gonna go just fill out the passive perception real fast, which will be 10 plus your wisdom score, or 10 plus your perception score. Which, if you don't have the bubble filled out in perception, it would just be whatever your wisdom score is. Because if you have the bubble filled out, you'll add the +2 from your proficiency modifier.
That was wisdom, you said?
Perfect.
Yeah, if you don't have perception circled in, it will just be your wisdom score or modifier +10.
So it'll be whatever your wisdom score is.
Right.
And then
and so 10. Okay.
no. It's your wisdom modifier. So I have a 0, so mine is 12 because it's my because I have a proficiency in perception. So I get 2 plus 10 is 12.
So because perception uses wisdom and my wisdom is a +3, and I'm choosing perception, that makes it 5, right?
10.
That would make it 15.
15. So I write 15 next to perception.
Yeah, next to the passive perception, which is underneath the skills.
So yeah, your passive perception, since you
Okay.
have a -2 to your wisdom, your passive perception would be a 10.
That's what I did. I don't know why I put it here, though.
Well, yeah. Wait, no, you have a -1, so your passive perception would be an 11?
So the perception in the skill section is going to be a
Is
a
he
5.
proficient in perception?
What's your perception?
I circled it, yeah.
You did circle it? Mm-hmm. All right. What is your wisdom score?
Wisdom is 8.
So it would be 10.
That's
Okay.
Yeah.
what I got. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
+2 and -2 simultaneously, or
Yes.
no.
So down below that, it's going to say other proficiencies in languages. We're just going to work on languages real fast. You all are going to have a modifier inside of your eardrums that allow your dumb AI, which is implanted in your brains, to translate languages for you. Mm-hmm. So if you go to an undiscovered world, you won't speak their language. But as you hear them speak, the dumb AI in your brain will begin to translate things for you. And so the more the more it is involved with a language it doesn't understand, the more it will start to allow it to for you to understand what it is, essentially.
Kind of like Bart when he goes to France in an early season of The Simpsons.
Yes, yeah. The more he is exposed to it, the more the AI will be able to translate for you. So of course you understand Common, which is the language that is spoken throughout the universe most often. But you will also have an auto-translation function in your ear that will translate things for you. So spells like comprehend languages and stuff, they won't exist because you'll already always have that with you. Unless you don't want that, then you don't need to put it down.
I want it.
Yeah, I want it.
Okay. Next up, we'll scroll back up to the armor class, initiative, and speed.
Shields.
Scrolling.
You guys have 15 points. Put it between the three. For every 1 point you have, it will add a +5 to whatever it is. So if you have 0 armor class, 0 initiative, and 15 in speed, it will be 15 times 5 will be how fast you can move. However, you won't have any shields, so you'll automatically be taking damage, and your initiative will be a 0. You can have a +15 in initiative, but your shields will be 0, and you cannot move unless somebody moves you.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 15 points to assign here to our modifiers.
Yes,
And our initiative, if it's a 0, just becomes a die roll.
exactly.
And so our armor class could be 15 and we can't move at all.
Your shields could be 15, which would be 15 times 5 damage somebody has to get through your shields before they start hurting you. But then you cannot move unless somebody moves you.
And what's a reasonable normal amount of movement in perspective?
30.
So
6
so 6 in the speed.
is normal D&D movement.
Okay. So I'm gonna go with 5. And then initiative is just going to be so Speed is multiplied times 5. Initiative is not multiplied times anything, and shields are multiplied times 5 as well. Is what you're
Correct. Yep.
saying. Okay, and we have 15 total.
Yes. 15 points total to put in between what you want.
So that'll make my shields 50. Or yes, 10 times 5.
Yeah, that would be 50.
So I just put 10 in there, or I put 15 there.
I would put both. Kind of like you did with the skills on the side there with the lower and the bigger numbers, just so you can remember.
Okay. I gotta keep myself alive.
Got it.
All right.
All right, David, what did we put for shields?
8.
8, and that makes that a 40.
Yes.
Kate, what did we put
6 for 30.
for 30?
10 for 50.
Okay. All right. And then you guys have what for initiatives?
I'm raw dogging it 0.
You're going just a straight dice roll. Kate, David,
I got a 2.
the 2. Okay.
Mine is a 3.
Yours is a 3. Okay. And then how fast can we move, Matt?
5.
So you can move 25 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Kate,
6, 30.
6, so 30, and David,
25.
25. All right. Perfect. And for our hit points, we have 1 hit point.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay. I love it.
And temporary hit points, we have 0.
1 hit point. Maybe I should have stacked my shields a little more. Whoops.
But you're nimble. Don't you have a lot of dexterity?
I am very dexterous.
Yeah.
And you start out with 1 hit die, which will be a d6. And then under the attacks and spellcast, we will all start off with a fist. David, you might want to rename it to something like Clamp. Kate, you might want to rename it to something like Claws.
Claws!
And then Matt, you would just have your fist.
And my fist is going to heal because I have negative strength, essentially.
No, it won't. It just will do 0 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Healing punch.
We just watched the last season of Silicon Valley today, and there's a part where the main character punches a dude and hits him right in the forehead, and he's like, he's being talked to in human resources, and it's like, we're in a really weird spot here because clearly you are the only aggressor, but you're also the only one that had any injury. And that's just kind of like, that's my character.
Yeah.
All right, and I want you guys to think of personality traits, ideas, bonds, and flaws. Personality trait is something that is very, very you. Whereas David, you might say something like, well, actually, I don't want to give you guys ideas. I want you guys to, because I don't want to influence you at all. Matt, what do you think one of your personality traits for Deacon would be?
One of my personality traits would be, I would say I'm pretty industrious, creative. Am I using industrious right?
I mean, it depends on
Well,
the context.
finish what you want to say, I guess, and maybe we'll tell you.
Yeah, it definitely is contextual.
Yeah.
Diligent and hardworking. Yeah. I would say that's driven and such. Yeah.
So you're industrious, and then fill that out a little bit with some flavor text so that you can have a better idea of what you mean when you say industrious.
Always working towards accomplishing.
Accomplishing what?
whatever the current goal is, which is usually pretty much the main motive of self-preservation and such, but the always moving towards that, like, why is any task going to, like, I could do something, but it doesn't serve the goal, so I'm not going to do it. And
I got you.
Yeah.
David, one personality trait from you.
I think that the natural thing for my guy to study is just studying humans. So I guess throughout our adventure, that is one of the things that he'll constantly be doing, is asking why do humans do this, or why does other races do that? Just for general understanding.
So something like, I always study other races to understand their perspective, or is it more
weakness? No.
Yeah. Well, that could be a personality.
It could be. I guess again, for his overall trying to find his maker is more of just a understanding humans to understand who made me and why. So I guess that makes sense. He's just a robot wanting love.
I always study other races to better understand
Somebody fixin'
myself.
to get clamped.
And then Kate, now that you're freshly tinkled,
Sorry, I had to use the litter box.
Oh God, what if there was a line where people could actually pay money to have your character speak stuff? Like, against your programming, like your intern, like you're forced to act against like
Oh God.
he's got a virus or something. And
Yeah.
Kate, I need a personality trait for Alia.
All right. Hi. Sorry. Well, I mean, she's incredibly stubborn, hard-headed.
And put some flavor text behind that so we get a better understanding.
Sorry, I have to use my brain now. Basically, when she sets her mind to something that she wants, she's going to fight for it. And actually, maybe to the point where she can come off as being a bit ornery at times. Very much the type to, stare you directly in the eye as she pushes something off of the counter because you're not doing what she wants you to do. But at the same time, she just wants chin scritches and nose boops. It's like Dash, who wants one pet, and then he wants to bite your ankles.
And then that's it. Matt, another personality trait.
Can I have some sort of creeping dementia that eventually makes me start to think that she's an actual cat?
That would be a flaw.
That would be so good.
Yes.
I just like, I don't understand why we have a women's room on the ship. We just need a litter box. Like, just blatant. Like, it's not sexism. It's more like felinism or something like that.
Felinism, yeah, sure. Rolled into that.
No, I can't even imagine. I'm not good enough for that shit.
So you don't want to do the dementia flaw?
Oh, definitely dementia. I mean, selective dementia, yes, reality is its thing. That's definitely going to be a flaw that I'm going to have is dementia, yes. I just meant about it creeping into the cat thing like that is just absurd. It was just me being an ass. But yes, dementia I think is a very important flaw. Another
Maybe the personality trait is that you're an ass.
I definitely think that he's going to be creative. Is that a personality trait?
Yeah, just give some flavor text with it so that we can better understand what you mean by creative.
If there's a problem, he'll solve it. He's always looking. I'm always looking to make something work, like MacGyver, sort of. Not necessarily as physically capable, but mentally capable. I will find a solution to this problem. Yes.
Kate, another one.
She's curious. She wants to know what things are and why they are and how they work, and if there's something shiny, she wants to touch it. And also,
I think that last part would be a flaw.
well, yeah. But also, you know, where do things come from? Why? It all stems from that, like, where did I come from? What am I? Who am I?
Could she legitimately have 9 lives?
We could work with something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know how many you've lost at this point, but God, that would be hilarious.
47.
I have negative 38.
When I was writing things earlier, like just spitballing ideas at home, so I'd be ready. Which, by the way, I actually did get ready for this, and then immediately forgot everything as soon as the cameras were rolling.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
David, let's get another personality trait from.
Oh, damn it! I just typed in this big old flaw. Personality trait. Crap! I shifted gears already.
Can be.
And while you guys are waiting there, if you look on the right side of your character sheet, you will see these there in the right below, like your names and stuff. So go ahead and just fill those out, so you can always keep an eye on like what your character is.
I did write down, and this actually is probably a flaw. I don't know if it's really a character thing or not, but as a robot, he's actually really, really terrible at math. But not just in the sense where
that'd
like,
be a great flaw.
Yeah, but not just in a sense where like just general math, like can you calculate this plus this, but in a sense of like if someone asked me like, hey, can you toss me this? Like my math of like there's a really big slight chance where I just get it totally wrong and throw it like ridiculously far.
Oh, you've got a floating point error.
Yeah, so like if I have to throw something, I basically have to roll for it, and I feel like I have to do like a 1 out of 100 or something silly, but there's always that chance that like I absolutely destroy whatever I have to toss, throw, or move, or like, oh, I need to go over here, and I might miscalculate how far I have to go. That is definitely going to be a flaw.
No wonder you got decommissioned.
Yeah.
I just imagine you're powered by like an Atari 2600 cartridge.
an old 4.77 megahertz.
I would love for
Motorola.
you to have an expansion bay on you somewhere.
Yeah,
Where
we can
they
definitely
can
do
like
that.
put in a different ship.
Oh my god.
Today we're running a copy of Adventure. Tomorrow we'll just use ET. You know.
So personality trait, David.
Bad humor. I think I'm always trying to make really, really bad, terrible robot jokes. Or not necessarily robot jokes. They're robot jokes to me. I guess they're jokes to me. They're robot jokes to everyone else.
Oh my god, I'm actually just thinking about like. Yeah, no, I love
Something like that?
I really do love that.
Something like that,
What,
David.
Of the current situation, yeah. Like, I'm trying to understand like human puns, but I'm really bad at it because I'm bad at it anyway. So I think it actually might be even funnier that way.
Do you what year is this taking place in relation to the world that we're in right now, the real world?
So I specifically didn't put a date on it like that because so I don't know if you guys watched the small stream that I did of creating the universe for us. I decided we're going to be in the Milky Way because I just have all the reference material for me already made up. I don't need to create
Planets
or name different things.
I like
it's
that
already
too
there
because
for
it
me.
makes it more also relatable for people too.
Yeah, I thought of that as well.
Yeah.
And getting to our point in the in time or getting to Earth, I'm not sure of, and I still haven't created the full universe yet of where exactly we are. I'm not sure if we're going to ever get to Earth or not, or it's just going to be elsewhere in the Milky Way. So I don't have a date for you yet, Matt, of when exactly this is taking place according to where we are now in the real world.
So what I'm hearing is that it could be 2021, but it could also be 3357.
Or further, and yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, things like, yeah, I like that.
But humans still somehow exist.
Humans still exist. Yeah, humans exist in one form or another. What is the one below personality trait?
Ideals.
All right, we want some ideals. Matt, we'll start with you for your first ideal. Okay, Kate, we'll start with you for your ideal.
Shit.
You got any examples of
This
D&D ideals?
An ideal might be like for a soldier. I will always fight for my king. They are my, or like,
Got it.
Or like,
A creed, so to speak.
a creed would work. That could be an ideal. Or let's say, your blacksmith hammer is your way of life. Without it, you're nothing. Something like that. Like what? Why do you continue to get up in the morning? Like, what is the purpose of it?
Nothing is going to get in the way of I'm trying to think how to phrase it. Like, that's why I always have problems with coming up with this shit, is because I want to be more long-winded.
A lot of people have troubles distinguishing between the personality traits and the ideals.
Yeah.
They kind of mix them together.
Well, like with ideals specifically, like I always want to get more long-winded, because it really does come down to like that. What's the motivation?
Yeah.
And like the motivation is nothing is going to get in my way of finding these answers, and that answer is, who am I? Where do I come from? Why am I? So nothing will get in the way of my goals, I guess. Ugh. I don't know what that was.
That was me.
God damn it, Matt.
I know.
If you want to do something like that, we should revisit the stubborn ornery thing, because that sounds kind of like what your ideal would be, and then we would need a different personality trait from you.
Okay. Come back to me on the personality trait.
Okay.
Let me think.
David, do we have an ideal?
Let's see if this works.
To move boxes is my purpose. Without boxes, I am nothing. I was created only to move boxes. Regular flesh bags cannot. Every box has its place.
Can you copy that, put it into chat so that I can then copy it? And
It's like my general programming.
I love that.
Oh my god.
I'll Discord it.
I'm
You'll
pleased
Discord
with
it?
that.
Are you not able to put it in the? Oh, because it's on your phone. Right. Okay, yeah, go ahead. And,
Oh, I guess I can. I guess I could. Hold on. No, I could do it in that chat.
Matt, you back?
Yeah. So an ideal is that
Like your industrious thing. This is an ideal. And I have troubles distinguishing oftentimes between personality traits and ideals.
I would say that the ideal is that things that I set out to do are inherently the right thing to do. Like, because I don't waste my time with things that aren't important. Like, it'll benefit me, it's going to benefit society, because clearly I am the correct, my self-serving goal is going to benefit people, duh. So I believe firmly that everything I do is not just good for me. It just happens to be good for me.
Don't judge my grammar.
Or it just happens to be good for... It happens to be good for everybody else, whichever of the two.
So one of your ideals is that whenever you do research, you believe that it will help everyone out, not just yourself?
Yep, but I don't know which is more important. So, in terms of we as people, like, actually, okay, this might answer it. As a human doing research, isn't our goal to theoretically better humanity? Like, that's what makes somebody who cares about humanity. Well, I don't care so much about humanity. They're just going to get lucky and benefit from this. Because I'm,
Like, that is a great personality.
Okay, so
And
I've got them
so
flipped.
if I switch industrious with the thing you just said, I think that would be perfect.
Okay. I guess the motivation is that it benefits me, but it benefits everybody else too is cool, whereas the motivation of research is typically that it benefits everybody, and if it benefits me, cool. I think that's the difference between like the Kurt Connors lizard versus you know, another comic book character who's not allegedly a bad guy. Right?
Yeah.
I think I'm more of a bad guy in those ways because I'm driven about my own gains. But I'm not a bad guy. Maybe I am. It just depends. I don't know. It's possible to be neutral and be bad, right? In a way.
It's true.
Yeah.
Kate, did you come up with another person?
I came up with 2.
Oh, perfect. The more the better, to be honest with you.
So one is that I'm always hiding treats and trinkets in my pocket. Like if there's a shiny marble on the floor, I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to put it in my pocket. And if I see candy, I'm going to put it in my pocket. And I just have shit in my pockets. And then the other one is I like to get into places that other people or most people can't get. Like I squeeze into a box. I sleep in random spots. if I fits, I sits.
Are you saying that there are times where you cannot resist your cat?
My cat nature just takes over sometimes.
I love those. And then
Cat Annie, are you saying is what more of a flaw for who? Sorry, I missed the timing of that popping up, especially.
another ideal map. Or Kate and David, if you have one ready.
I don't yet.
Let's see.
The music's so intense.
Yeah. It could be considered a flaw that I feel that way, but from my perspective it doesn't feel like a flaw. And to anybody, I mean, I don't know that it would be a flaw if it creates a greater good. In that sense. Because the net is still positive. I don't know. That's what makes all 3 of these categories like very overlapping but very tricky, right? An ideal that I think I would hold is that the Goebbels probably thought that was an ideal too. Huh. What do you think about my character believing that science is... Yeah, no, okay. Looking up Joseph Goebbels, and yeah, I would say that that's an awful direction to go for a lot of reasons. What's
many reasons.
And that's what I thought immediately the name was, but I just had to confirm because, you know, but
yeah, that's the problem when you have an actual scientist in the chat.
Yeah, but
this game is gonna be real different when Kate jumps or when Annie Cat jumps in. It's gonna get real.
Selective dementia.
I love it.
It's gonna be really good.
Well, and so this is important stuff, and by all means, this is not stuff that I know. I'm just making assumptions and trying to build here on something that I'm just trying to understand. It's not necessarily Machiavellian yet. That could actually be a struggle. Perhaps he's not in a position to where, like, there's some ethics in like, let's say I had to sacrifice an entire race to help preserve myself. I'm not necessarily there, but maybe I'm working against the fact that my fear of death is putting me closer towards that mentality. So I'm struggling with how far am I willing to go. I don't want to play an evil character, I want to be. I'd like to think that he'd draw the line somewhere, because that just, you know. But at the same time,
He's still human.
he's still human, and he's still based off of his sphere. But there's it. Yeah. God, the trolley problem is going to play into this somewhere, I know.
Oh, yeah, I've already had stuff planned for that. Yeah. 4 or 5 different tracks.
It is. No, it's very much a slippery slope. I mean, in Futurama, they ate an entire planet of like little babies that tasted like popcorn chicken.
Yeah.
Because they were delicious. You know, I mean, like everything. Ethics is a very important thing, and his code is his code. But as the crunch happens, and if he firmly believes that he can solve this, then like, isn't it what's you know? Okay, let's suppose that he was on the cusp of really breaking through and doing something huge. Well, that makes his surviving much more important. And if the thing is going to benefit millions, then the cost of thousands, or if the thing is going to benefit trillions, then the cost of billions. You know, I mean.
So this would work really well, but and this would play in with the flaw that I added down there. Is you could have an ethics code of I'm not willing to do X, but then your flaw is how far am I willing to take this? And they kind of struggle internally with yourself.
Yeah.
I like that.
So with that said, what flavor text do you want for the ideal of I'm not willing to go, you know, that distance to get something done?
I'm not willing to sacrifice anything or any life that I deem as worth keeping alive.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Cat Annie has a good point, like saying no to live sentient subjects, but dead things or things that might not necessarily be conscious are okay.
What about things that are on their way to death? I'm not willing to unnecessarily end something, but I'm willing to do you guys remember that scene in The Walking Dead? It was like season 3, I want to say, because the governor was in it, and there was Milton. I absolutely want to say was his name, and he was the dude that was like the governor's research guy, and he's watching an old guy die and trying to trying to see if the old guy would come back.
Of what?
The Walking Dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna be frank with you. I never got past the first season because I fucking hate Daryl Dixon.
Never watched it.
Yeah,
Fair.
First episode, that was it.
Okay, but the idea that like if something's on its way, I don't have any problem necessarily accelerating that. And what I mean by that is like through the course of I don't, you know, if somebody's like, oh, I'm dying, I don't have a problem with their dying. Like, you know, like, okay, do you want to be part of my research?
You don't want their
others?
death to be in vain. If you can use them, why not?
Yep. If they're willing to sacrifice themselves to the cost, whatever, but that's on their choice maybe. Because, you know, I mean, I am trying to study spiritual transfer. Like, where does the spirit go when it leaves? So I have to be able to catch something dying as opposed to killing something.
Everyone's dying slowly.
Well, everyone is dying on their own timeline. I'm looking to prevent that. But if somebody is on an accelerated timeline and is aware and they want to give up their body to the greater good, that's on them.
Kate, another ideal.
I'm gonna go with the classic independence ideal from D&D. Just take one right out of the handbook. I'm a free spirit and no one can tell me what to do. Which I feel like rings true for her, especially because she grew up being told, like, this is how you be good. Like, don't do that. That's not a normal thing to do. Like, you know, staring someone directly in the eye and pushing something off of a countertop. Mm-hmm. And, like, for the first time in her life, she doesn't have people breathing down her neck going, no, that's not right. Because that's human behavior. It's not whatever she is behavior.
David, another ideal from you.
Only one I can think of is like worshiping, not necessarily like a false god, but basically worshiping power as a life source, because it technically is.
That might be a bond.
Oh, okay.
The current that runs within.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like, is that necessarily like a bond? Like, but it's more of a like Because I obviously live for said power. I am consumed by said power.
Also, something to consider with
It's kind of in the middle.
because we have life as clonable, recurable. People can be, you know, resurrected, so to speak, in those ways. That like ending their timeline on I'm dying of cancer in this body, but I'm going to live in a different body after, you know, makes it less of a concern. Because
So you bring up a mechanic that I was struggling with, and I've decided that when you get cloned, you're going to be doing some rolling for it to come back for it to be successful. The more you're cloned, the more you get revived, the harder it's going to be.
Like, that's fine.
yeah,
I'm into it.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, absolutely.
I hate rolling because I'm unlucky, but I'm still willing to
Maybe you
put it
just
up to
need
those
different
chances.
dice.
No, that's your solution to everything. That's not how that works.
But that's just with the cloning part. There'll be other things that may or may not be able to bring you back to life.
Ideal.
So David, you were saying your power source.
Yeah, where should that lie? Is that more of a bond?
Like, can you live without it?
Technically,
The
no.
current. I need the current.
I mean, I'm powered by batteries, obviously, but like there's a.
Are they just like giant Z-sized batteries, Z cells?
Or is that a thing we should just ignore altogether because he's got like an atomic.
Well,
nuclear
people need to
thing.
eat, so I think it would be great for you to have some type of
I actually-
consumable resource, whether it be like nuclear, some
It's
you know,
alcohol.
mystical,
I actually wrote that
mystical
down.
crystal, or alcohol or
it's
something.
beer,
or
like Bender.
Yeah, I kind of wrote that down as a not sure how to work that mechanic is generally in D&D like a health potion. Obviously, that works for everybody, but in a
Powered
robot,
by rum.
like that wouldn't necessarily work for me. Or should it? Should that just be how things work?
You could
in
have
this
some type
case?
of reactor in you that when you take like a health potion or
Converts it to
something like
energy.
that, it converts it into energy real fast, and you.
I-
But remember,
I'm fine.
You have 1 hit point, so to come back,
Oh yeah, we really
so
don't
to
have to
come
worry
back,
about
you
that.
need your shields to be regenerated.
Oh God, his
That
health
actually that
potions are
solves
just
a lot
9
of those
volts.
issues. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 9 volts. That's funny. All right, let's just scrap the whole power thing altogether then, because I kind of forgot about the whole 1 hit point thing. Yeah, I don't want to overcomplicate stuff on your side.
I'm curious how that works with like him being a robot and getting like dismembered, for example.
I can
We'll have
replace
to,
it.
we'll have to play with it
can
as we go
upgrade.
through.
His
Download
motherboard
firmware.
is still there somewhere.
Yes.
Memory banks.
His mainframe. Do we have a cloud backup of you somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have
course.
cloud backups of your consciousness.
Yeah.
So he would have a cloud backup of his own consciousness.
Oh my fuck! I just had an idea. Sorry.
Oh
So
my
David,
fuck.
you were saying something about your power source or something like that, and we can put that in ideals or bonds. I just want to hear what it is.
Well, it was more just power in itself, electricity in itself, as like a false god.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can put that under ideals.
Okay, bear with me. What if, because everyone has this cloud backup of themselves, what if at one point in time David's character actually was a person but was corrupted during a like backup?
So right up here,
Well, that could be something
he doesn't
eventually
have
discover.
memory banks of his origin.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what if he was actually a person but he was corrupted during a backup, and so like his family or his maybe he didn't have a family, he was like someone who he was associated with, like their idea was like, well, what if we repurposed him and like overrode his memory?
Yeah.
Ooh,
There could be
yeah.
some blocked memories behind some firewalls or
Yeah.
something.
Kind of a RoboCop thing where you have
Yeah.
parts of, and that's
Murphy.
parts
He
of
dreams
the-
when he's charging. He's on his charging station, and you have like weird people dreams.
parts of
That'd be
what
cool.
makes a robot at this level functional and quote sentient is that they come from a person at some point, in certain cases, right? Like, I mean, it absolutely makes sense that he would be based off of. There'd have to be some sort of humanity in him, whether it was created from, like you mentioned, that he is not just programming, right? That he is some sort of sentient robot.
right.
I'm my own robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that either came from theoretically the race or from the multiple races that get converted over to that with some sort of maybe aptitude or something.
David, when you say electricity is a false god, what does V31T mean by that?
I guess I guess it would also tie into like personality, like it may be something that I just reference. I really don't. I don't know. I'm struggling with that one.
I mean, I think that's a really cool ideal to think that, you know, electricity in itself should not be worshipped.
Is it kind of like not to crap on anybody's religion out there? Is it kind of almost like that you view electricity the same way that like pagans view Mother Nature?
I think I kind of get that.
I'm just guessing here.
That'd be kind of interesting to look at. I think I can develop a character around that.
You Ohm's law is
Or
life.
I'm really upset about it. Or a false idol.
You're resisting your electrical religion.
Resisting my electric restrictions.
Questioning why you need electricity to live.
Yeah, do I even need it, bro? Do I even need these batteries, man?
It all ties back to my idea.
Well, yeah. What if when your power is down and you are recharging, like you said, and there's this whole thing about dreaming that like, what if you had no power, you still experience something? You know, you can't explain if power got cut off to you somehow, you still function.
Yeah. Do I have a CMOS battery that still like holds basic retention?
Maybe it's a placebo CMOS.
Volatile RAM versus the other one.
Versus non-volatile.
Yeah. Flash
NVMe.
cart.
Yep. Matt, from Deacon, I need a bond. What drives him? What can he rely on to push forward?
His faith in the well, no.
I do need those batteries.
Okay, this might be better. I don't know, but what if he doesn't believe he's what if he's trying to not only disprove the idea that he has done, but also prove the idea that like this is the end of the line, like, you know, the Fountain of Youth doesn't exist, and his pursuit of the Fountain of Youth is to prove that it doesn't exist, and not just to find it. So to find a way to definitively prove it.
Okay, clean that up for me.
Everything is finite, and if not, life is finite. Maybe the concept of a soul is finite, but if not, it can be found and measured.
That sounds contradictory.
Well, if you believe that something doesn't exist, but you can't prove that it doesn't exist, you're working to prove that it does exist, right? Like, I mean, how should I don't know. I'm trying here. I'm trying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
No, yeah.
So let's just use God as a metaphor, right? Mm-hmm. Like, people believe that God exists, and then other people will say, like, prove that God exists. Well, I don't need to prove that God exists. Well, faith, right? Deacon doesn't believe that there is a soul necessarily, but if there is, he's gonna fucking find it, and he wants it to exist, but he doesn't believe it exists. So he's trying to find his faith necessary. Like he's
trying to prove wrong what he believes.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to prove one way or another something. He's seeking absolution. He's seeking a definitive answer that something exists. I don't know. And
because to me, Deacon doesn't really have like a family or a person he relies on. Would that in itself, that idea that the soul doesn't exist, but if it does, I'll find it, is that what drives him, or is that just something he believes in? Is that the reason why he gets up and continues his research?
Well, he believes that he doesn't believe that there's any that. Yeah, I'm going straight to controversial topics. Obviously, I'm sorry, I suck at this. It's hard to accept that he's done. Like, he doesn't want this to be the end. but science so far has said this is the end. And
there's no more science. Science is done. We figured it all out.
well, no, we haven't. That's just it. Is we haven't figured it out. That's why he's working on this. He doesn't want to believe that he's going to go away and disappear, and that he's the end of him, of his heritage. And he doesn't want what he's believed to be true because he's afraid of death. He's afraid of the end, because death for his previous iterations of himself wasn't the end. There was more. But now he will cease to exist, and that terrifies him.
Something like that, where I can't die. This can't be the end. If the soul does exist, I will find it.
Yeah. And also, like what Solaris says is really good. And thanks. It's a weird theme, but I think it's kind of an interesting development in a world where people can clone themselves. That what does it say about it? Like, to me, the idea. This is why a lot of this is coming up in my mind. When you're watching Star Trek and they use the transporter, right? Or they the idea of sending somebody somewhere else, or reassembling, or creating out of nothing. All these things, like, in a sense, don't make a soul a reality in some like level of this is a fictional world, and but like, if you can create a being out of nothing, where is its soul? Where does it come from? If a soul exists. So if a soul doesn't exist, cool, we can create things all day long, but if a soul exists, what created it? It's such a weird.
It's that how do you kill that which has no life?
Yeah. and so oh god, the fucking metachlorians fucking Anakin bullshit, where they make Anakin an analog to Jesus, made freshman year me so angry. No, sophomore year was, yeah, woof. Thanks, George Lucas.
It's over 9,000.
But
just ignore the newer ones. Yeah.
Oh god, Force Awakens was absolutely my favorite Star Wars movie, and I catch a lot of shit for that. I'm sorry. I love Daisy Ridley. I think that she was awesome. I think that Rey was a great character.
I love the new ones.
Yeah, they were great.
I think Force Awakens almost beats Empire, or maybe beats Empire, depending upon my day.
Kate, let's get a Bond from Alia. And remember, you guys are a team. You're starting out as a team.
I was
you know
say,
each other.
Well, hold on. God damn it.
What are you doing?
Hey gang, do you think it's time for a break?
Yeah, we can take a quick break. We've been at it for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, original trilogy, yes. Yes, I'm with you. Original trilogy, yes, we're good. Like that level of there's stuff that I'm trying to. If I can prove that it doesn't exist, then I'm sorry. I'll just take it to chat with her.
Hey Deacon. Hey Deacon.
Yes.
Suck it.
Thanks.
It takes so long to do it.
Can you have a little latch?
You have to
where
be
your
like
penis is
patient.
when it pops out.
Oh, I would like a laugh.
A latch.
You want like a little penis hatch?
Oh,
little
penis
penis
hatch,
latch.
yeah.
Where you can get plugged into.
Okay.
Boing!
I just said something that I.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
We'll take a break.
Take a break.
All right, guys, we're gonna think about some stuff. We'll be back in a bit. We're gonna refresh our drinks. You
I have
guys
to
should do the
figure
same.
out how to word today.
Yeah, refresh your guys' drinks to get some food and stuff. We'll be back. We're gonna continue creating our characters and chat. Again, this is completely open. If y'all have any suggestions, ideas, anything like that,
my shoe.
please throw those out. Did you have it when you came in? Did you have your shoe on when you came in? It's
No,
probably
I was
under the
only
couch.
wearing
She's
one
making
shoe.
Those farting sounds. Hold on. Can I make a robot fart sound?
PFFFFFT.
FFPHH.
Oh.
Oh, this is weird.
You should do the Rafflecopter.
There's a scene in the Breakfast Club where she's like wearing one shoe.
I found it. I found my shoe, you guys. Nobody panic. Also, is it weird that I want my cat person to have a weird Russian accent?
No, I like it.
Perfect.
Okay. All right.
All right, David, hit the button. Stop with put your phone down. Hit the button.
Fart sequence beginning.
All right, guys, we'll be right back.
On that note.
do the thing.
Doing the things.
We're back.
Turning all the dials. And
Almost back.
All the
We gotta
knobs.
wait until the pictures are
No,
back.
we're just gonna leave it. We're just gonna always perpetually be back, but always here.
We should just use like stock footage from like I don't know, all the stuff like how Ralph Balchi used to do the fights in the Lord of the Rings cartoon and in Wizards, where we just do you guys know what I'm talking about? The way he did that?
No.
What?
The movie Wizards and also the Lord of the Rings movie, Ralph Bakshi, who did those, couldn't afford to animate the combat, the wars, so he used stock like news war footage and silhouetted everything. So you'd see like a purple sky and you'd see the silhouette of the war.
Oh.
And so we could just create a very like color plus black silhouette of a robot loading and unloading, or flying, like we just so it looks very, very nondescript, but you can see the shape of what's happening. That would work.
We were, before break, we were figuring out bonds, and we were needing one from Kate, from Alia Colleen,
Yes.
or as her slave name is known, Whiskers.
I think this is hard. Of course, I didn't actually think about it.
Do you want revenge on the people that quote unquote enslaved you and gave you that name?
No, because once they realized that I was a cat, I want revenge on whoever abandoned me. Like my biggest thing, like I don't hate them, I hate the people that threw me out.
Are you gonna have struggles like when you want outside of the spaceship, but once you're outside of the spaceship, you want back in the spaceship?
Probably.
One paw out into space, turns around.
Probably.
So does this work as a bond? I will find who
Yeah.
abandoned me as a child, and I will confront them.
Yes.
Okay. David, we need a bond from you.
So I'm gonna be that guy because I suck, and during the break I thought about some shit. I think we're gonna move some things around.
Okay. Yeah.
So I guess back to ideals. So
Okay.
we'll still keep the like I really like boxes thing. Ooh, what do we got? We got a follower. Oh, in Facebook land. All right. I think. Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome. So I think instead of kind of like I want to move the electricity thing around to the bond.
Okay.
And instead of
then-
like an actual false god, make it be like an actual say god, and more just kind of like the maker. Like it's what I want to try to find. It's what I want to try to know. It's what I want you to understand. So and then for bonds, for that electricity, I think it's going to be more of a friendly thing. So I think I'm going to be referring to electricity as more of a friend and a helper and a necessity, or a companion, I guess.
So does this work for your bond like this, or do you want to word it differently? Am I not hitting it what you mean?
More as I see electricity as a like a companion and a friend, like actual bond.
And then do you wish to understand it more, or is it just sort of like it's my friend?
Yeah, understand would probably be a better way to go. Understand its true power, its purpose.
Do you want power or purpose?
Power purse. Combine it. Yeah, power is its true potential.
Yeah, that works.
Let's throw that in there. P words.
I love that. And then you said you had another one. You wanted to switch your ideal?
No, just going to. I guess just put the maker. Right?
What do you mean?
Elaborate, huh? Because I'm trying to find my creator, the reason I exist, or who made me, that whole guild. So I guess looking towards having that ideal that I am trying to. Oh, it's a bond. Maybe I don't.
I mean, does that
understand
drive
which
you
way
forward to look to trying to find this person? Is that what drives you forward?
Yes,
That would be a bond.
got it. I have my definition's a little backwards then. Evelyn Bond would like, yes.
Oh god, that just makes
yeah.
me think of 21 Jump Street.
Box mover. We'll be so obsessed with boxes, guys.
And then
I'm trying really
think
hard
of
not to make
think of an
vagina
ideal-
jokes.
Think of an ideal,
That's what I'm trying to work on.
David. Something that you believe, not something that drives you forward, but something that you believe.
in, right?
And it doesn't have to be a god. It doesn't have to be anything like that. It could be.
Do you believe in the power of love?
It could be that.
Robot love.
Let's see here. If we go back up to Matt, we have two esque personality / ideals here in his personalities and ideals. They kind of flood into one with that. His bonds are that he doesn't believe in a fountain of youth. He believes that the soul is finite, but he also believes that this can't truly be the end, and so that he is looking for what is beyond this, and so that's what drives him forward. He has selective dementia, which I kind of want to like elaborate on. Everyone has kind of like an idea of what dementia is, but when it comes to Deacon and his old decrepit self, what does that mean?
Well, without going into things like, let's say, Alzheimer's, I've seen dementia manifest in ways like getting a name wrong, like going through a process of like connecting, like, let's say if I knew Whiskers as Whiskers instead of Alia, I would okay, like might call her Whiskers instead, or more accurate, a better way would be like, I knew a different cat and I constantly call her by the different cat's name.
Yeah.
Not for any reason other than my brain sees the shape, the thing, and considers them the same thing, because it's not malicious. It's an inability to correctly process what I'm seeing the way it should be, and processing it in a way that is damn, like, I'm unreliable in what I see sometimes. I might almost a hallucination. I see something and it looks like something, so I think it's the thing that it looks like, not what it is.
Does that kind of fill in what you mean?
Trouble with correlation?
Yeah, that would work. Box is love. Box is life.
I replace Box with Shrek.
You replace Shrek with Box.
Ooh.
And guys, the more personality traits, bonds, ideals, and flaws you have, the more your character will feel like it's real.
Oh, yeah,
Not
I've
only
got
to
a
me,
lot
but
of
to
those.
chat and yourselves. So technically, Matt, we have enough, according to D&D, to have a fleshed out character.
Okay.
But if there's anything else you want to throw in here, and you don't have to categorize it as one of these things. If there's anything else that you want to put in here, just let me know.
The only thing I want to put in here is Shrek saying, "You're in my box now," instead of swamp. But no, I don't think there's anything extra. I think that my dude is overly fleshed out, but I could be wrong. Let's talk more about everybody else.
Okay. Kate, let's see here. We have 3 personality traits. Are there any other ones that you think you want to have in here?
For the moment, no.
You have 2 ideals / personality traits, so that works out well. I would
Yes, we
need
are.
another bond and some flaws from you.
So, let me get back to you on Bond, but for flaws, I have several. For one, I'm easily distracted. I can have a short attention span. Like, shiny things sometimes might catch my attention and get me a little... I want to do all the things all the time.
Oh God.
perpetually ADD.
Oh God, lasers are dangerous. In space, lasers actually actually do something and aren't just like, visual. Like, oh God, you could chase a laser and lose an arm.
Yeah.
It's true.
Space laser.
Luckily, in reality, lasers are invisible. So,
To humans.
fair.
Merman.
Also, I really want to go with the I'm addicted to catnip.
Yeah.
I need the nip.
Got any of that sweet nip?
I also may sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and demand attention from the other crew.
This is tasty. What is this?
Attention.
I have no idea.
Attention
It's a bunch of
from the
stuff
other
in a
crew.
jar.
Well, there's orange juice and vodka and Red Bull?
Nope.
Balls? Nope.
Nope.
Something.
Nope. It's orange juice, it's orange vodka, peach schnapps, orange juice, and then soda water and a splash of 7.
Okay, that's good. It gets the job done.
Yeah.
It's like a lighter screwdriver.
Yeah.
David, have you thought of another ideal or another flaw?
Oh, I've definitely got another flaw.
Okay.
Hey, all of ya, want to hear a joke?
Yes.
Shit, hold on. I've had a good... It's losing its humor.
Joke file not found. Wasn't that funny?
I hate you so much.
Do you
Hold
want
on.
that one?
I actually had a flaw saved.
Do you want that one?
That would absolutely be a flaw.
That's amazing.
Or a bond, or however.
The fur from the human-shaped cat is interfering with my sensors. My perception is limited.
I have cat allergies.
Yeah, the robot's allergic to cats.
Aren't robots inherently allergic to water, things that rust?
Well, yeah.
I guess another flaw would be that
Yeah.
people can be allergic to me.
Yeah.
That could be a benefit.
Error, human file not found. Error not found. I love that you're gonna be a drug addict.
I'm a secret drug addict, though. You guys don't know.
Ooh, a drug addict. That's way better. A
Drug.
drug addict. This is future stuff. Future space addicts.
On Bibbly Bop's planet or whatever, you have to have heroin to live. The air is heroin, isn't it?
Scribbly nibblies or whatever.
What was his? Yeah, shut up and take my penis. God, what a great episode that was.
Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
The VAT episode was on yesterday. It's my favorite one. The VAT episode's my favorite one.
It is the best one.
Every Rick has a VAT.
The whole scene where he falls in love with the girl.
Oh,
the whole
thing.
building
up through it.
Yes.
That's the only reason that episode exists.
That episode is that whole thing
Just
is
to
just
build through that.
I can't say it's flawless, but it's so good.
It's really good.
As far as bonds go,
Can't calibrate with the sensors. No matter how many firmware updates these get. Yeah, I really want a chance to have a bad firmware update, to where I have weird status effects.
That would be hilarious. Kat, you were saying?
as far as bonds go too, I think that judging people by what they do rather than what they say, which could also sometimes be a flaw. Just because I probably ran into some prejudice as a child, being, not normal. So I try to look at actions rather than words. But sometimes I might, misjudge somebody ahead of time. Because I'm an idiot cat. Meow.
Idiot cat.
Exactly. Thank you.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this.
There's at some point going to be.
I have to buy a robot mask.
You're gonna have to do some like techno beats and
Oh.
throw down like a remix
Boots and cats and boots
of
and
your of the things that you say.
You just need the Stephen
Can't
Hawking
collaborate as sisters.
You know,
word.
No matter how
Chadwick never got a chance to flesh out his musical career.
He never
What
did.
if you had aspirations of being a robot DJ?
Oh my god.
Boots and
Oh my
cats,
God.
boot and cats, boots and cats.
Oh, I missed a plural, but you get it. I was doing a little different timing there.
Matt, how does Deacon view the other members of the other two or so members of your crew? And
Yeah,
this
Matt.
is really a
Nice.
question for all of you.
Yeah,
Like-
I just get thrown the question first every time.
Yeah, this is really a question for all of you. Like how are you as a group? Are you functional? Are you like my family where you're functional but it's really questionable?
We're functional at times.
Dysfunctionally functional is the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Delightfully dysfunctional.
Yeah. Like
Are we going with David and I found each other? Were you a loading bot on my moon planet? Did we stow away together?
Moon planet.
Moon planet.
Yeah.
Thanks,
on
Shelly.
on my
both
little
a moon and a planet at the same time.
my little mining moon that I grew up on. I stowed away on a ship and got off of it. Were you stowing away too?
Sure.
Did we befriend each other there? All right.
That's how I became into your possession, apparently.
Thank you, Shelly, for the bits.
Thanks, Shelly.
I mean, I think the backstory will help determine how I see the crewmates, but I'm inclined to think that I don't see them as, I don't not care about them, but I don't know that they're not family. They don't care about me any more than I care about them.
Fuck you too.
so to you, are they a means to an end, or?
I mean, without wanting to necessarily abuse them, because I have some regard for life, but I don't know that I would care. I'm not going to sacrifice myself for them.
Yet. You might grow as a person. You don't know.
Well, right, at this point, I don't think I would. That's kind of where I'm at. I think the origin will help explain a lot of that.
Kate, David.
I never think about Deacon. He sucks.
Cool.
I need to find like an old speak and spell. That's the voice I want.
Oh God.
Say it.
Now try.
I think that's perfect.
There's a Japanese word for that. All right. David, is this what you mean, or do you like really don't care about it?
No. Probably the complete opposite. I feel like I would have a over attachment to anyone that would give me, I guess, any attention. So I guess in a sense like a cat, which is the irony of this whole thing.
The cat found her cat?
Yeah, I'm more cat-like than her.
To the right life form, anything is a cat, or like you could be a cat.
Everything's
like,
a cat. What's
yeah.
a cat? Cat program initiated.
Cat is a state of position, not an actual creature.
Thank you for subscribing to Cat Facts.
More, guys.
Did you know? Did you know most calicos are female?
What put us together? What
Yeah. What? Why are you guys?
Yeah,
afraid?
why are we here?
like whose ship is this? why
Well,
are we here?
you guys don't have a ship yet. That's going to be our first Our first session is going to be you guys going to the Space Goblin spaceport to purchase a ship.
Mine's an unfortunate cop-out, but because I don't have any
Or
origins.
to lease or loan or whatever a ship, because you don't have the money. You don't have the billions of
Credits necessary
credits to purchase a ship, so you'll be financing a ship.
I'm assuming when I got decommissioned that I was just put on some kind of frigate vessel and shipped somewhere, and that's probably how I became...
Forget about it.
Forget about it. Or I found in a spaceport moon somewhere, planet moon.
Moon planet.
Can we have a planet moon?
Yeah. Oh God, what would it be like if? Because a moon is nothing but debris. It doesn't have a core the same way, right?
A moon is just a large celestial object that orbits a planet.
Yeah.
Pluto doesn't orbit a planet,
Pluto orbits the sun.
but it's not a planet.
It's a large celestial body.
Okay.
It's not a moon.
It's not a moon.
But
It's just a
Got it.
large celestial body.
But is the moon built the same way the Earth is built? Forgive me, I do not know.
I don't know if it has a core.
it doesn't have a liquid core.
Okay, so if it doesn't have a core the same way, what if the large object is built like a moon and the moon is built like a planet?
It's just reversed.
I mean, literally the same thing of a planet, the same structure could
Well,
orbit.
can't you have that? Can't you have a planet that is smaller than a moon, but it's denser, therefore the planet rotates around the smaller object?
Yeah.
Can't that work?
Or
I think
the,
so.
Or the planet could rotate around the large moon because
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
yeah.
yeah. If a space rock were big enough, just a literal rock, we would get pulled into its orbit.
Yeah, I would think so.
I would think. I don't know. I could be way off.
Yeah,
I am not an expert. God no.
We're starting to get into like math territory, and that's where I shut down.
Stephanie, bail us out.
I have this calculator here for my science questions when I need to do calculations.
Oh, nice.
Like the escape velocity of a certain planet that has specific mass and stuff, like how fast will you need to go to get out. So while I still want, like, how do you guys treat each other, which I don't have one from Kate yet.
I don't, because
I
everyone
do-
kept talking.
I do need to know, like, how you came together and why you guys are still
Yeah, we haven't
together.
really chatted about this, so I guess now's really the time.
So David and I found each other while we were stowing away on a vessel.
Well, that's convenient. It's 2 against 1. Technically, it's 2.5 against 1 because you got a fish.
That is true. We have to figure out where the fish came from. I forgot about the fish.
When you guys were escaping on a vessel? Or
We were stowing away on a vessel. I stowed away on a vessel that was leaving the mining moon that I was living on, and David was on it as well, also leaving, probably because he was decommissioned.
I love that there's an irony here to the idea that you're calling. This is what I was thinking about actually on my way over. You're calling the fish Bubbles. You're holding the fish hostage.
No, the fish is a symbiote. It's attached to me. And I'm
Well-
not holding it hostage. It won't leave.
I mean, like emotionally, like you're not calling it under its name that it wants, the same way that you expect everybody to call you under the name that you want.
Yeah, it's completely.
I think because it's
hypocritical.
connected to you. Is it connected to you mentally as well?
I think so. Yeah,
I think it will call you Whiskers.
probably.
Because
And that's
you call it Bubbles.
I can see that. I can definitely see it being like that situation where he keeps calling me Whiskers, so I just keep calling it Bubbles, and that's why we hate each other.
More.
So maybe the vessel that we were stowing away on had a stopover at some facility that Deacon was working at.
What if you guys are trying to potentially convince my character that you can help me solve my dilemma?
That'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, we all kind of have not similar goals, but sort of parallel goals. So maybe our vessel stopped over at some facility that you were working at, and through discussion we figured out that our goals kind of aligned a little bit, and so it's easier to have extra hands.
What was it that you guys were trying to do?
Well, I'm thinking that maybe I tell you about my goal and you're like, oh yeah, we can help you with that by doing this thing that isn't even, maybe we do have a goal in a line.
We're all looking for something.
What?
So
Hey, all of ya. I know over 300 fish recipes. Would you like to hear one?
fuck you, Siri.
oh god, if the robot,
That's really insulting to me as a robot.
if the robot,
Comparing me to such underling,
Such primitive technology.
such primitive technology.
In the future, Siri is actually God.
Oh my, no, I hope not. I hope we don't get to the point where like Siri is my maker.
So I'm looking for where I came from, and I've got some ideas that we'll discuss off stream based on where I came from. David is looking for his maker, whether or not his maker is a person that built his robot body or his AI or whatever it is that is making him function, or he was actually a person that was then, you know, retranslated into being a robot because of corruption, whatever the case may be. He's looking for where he came from. Deacon is looking for what the soul is.
I really love this whole like Milo and Otis idea that you and I are both looking for something, and so we just team up.
but this also feels a little.
I think that's brilliant.
This is starting to feel like Wizard of Oz.
A little bit.
Yeah, kind of.
Is that a bad thing?
Not at all.
Space
think
Wizard
it's
of Oz, you guys?
But I need like I want specific things that you guys are doing.
That's why I'm
And
like.
just spitball and be creative.
That's why I'm talking. I'm thinking out loud right now. Is Deacon's looking for a soul,
He's looking for
right?
a brain.
Or you're looking for. Help me.
Yeah, I'm looking. Well, I'm looking for a way to prolong my life and not die when I die.
Well, here, I guess
I'm
here's
looking
the
to keep living.
The question is, since we all have kind of like an underlying goal that we're all trying to achieve, are we at that phase where we're just starting to do that, or have any one of us been in it for a while?
Well, I mean, in my brain, I kind of am thinking like I've been on my own and doing this journey for a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I teamed up with some pirates, whatever, blah, 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 and kind of got a little bit misguided and lost my way. But perhaps we stumbled across Matt's character and the three of us found some goal at that point in time that aligned. Whether it was our ultimate goal, probably not. Maybe we worked one job together. You know, Matt needed something and he hired us because we needed money.
Or is it one of those things where like
And he's old.
we got a weird tip that we're supposed to go to this planet, but how do we get there? And we hear Deacon talking about science, and we're like, that guy must be fucking smart.
Right. Like,
And
he
we-
must be smart. Maybe he knows where I came from and what I am. And maybe he knows,
Let's go bother him.
you know, what you are and who your god is. I think that actually makes sense.
I'm thinking that if that.
Why does he want to deal with us though?
But I want to deal with you guys because you tell me that you can help me find information. Like I think that
We're worldly.
I really think that and maybe I'm overthinking it, and I would do my best, you know. But I think you're lying to me. Like I don't think that. I believe you, but Matt thinks that you're lying to Deacon. Like that would be.
Oh, I mean, that's absolutely a possibility.
Yeah, like you guys know how to get. You are providing me with a lead, and you're trying to keep me buying into helping you to help me get where I need to go, and it might not actually do any good, or it might do some good. So you're offering to help me, and I need the help I can get right now, and you've convinced me.
Yeah.
And it could be a lie. It could be not real. That's whatever. It could be real. I don't necessarily know.
It could also be
But-
that maybe, depending on what direction David decides to go with, given the couple things we've tossed around, whether or not he's actually a robot or he was organic at one point in time, it really could also pull into your interests if he did decide to go that point of, you know, was a person. What happened? How did he become corrupted? And what led to this? And that could pique your interest.
It could pique my absolutely. I mean, unlocking the mysteries of V31T, of
that seems like it would play right up your alley.
of Velt. That's what I'm gonna call you, even though it's Vault. But I think that unlocking the mysteries of you and how you became what you are, I think will help me.
Help us help you by helping us help you.
Yes.
Helpception.
Yes.
Helpception.
Yes. Helpception.
That's the
How do you even
name
eat
of our super
pull
club.
into port frequently to get supplies, extension of hydroponic grow veggies, and you have a vegan cat? I am not vegan, and I keep trying to eat the fish that's hovering around me.
I know
Just
over
wanna put that out
300
there.
recipes. Would you like to hear one?
I hope that you constantly threaten the fish with it,
I'm just gonna.
even though the fish can't talk to
I'm
you.
gonna say that every episode at least. I just eat this fish.
I mean, am I supposed to even regard the fish as another sentient life form?
Yeah, does Deacon even like acknowledge it?
Can
do I
everyone
just-
else see it, or is it one of those things where it's symbiote in your brain, so it manifests itself so that you can see it, but it's not really there. So every time you try and capture it, you can't because it mentally moves out of the way.
I actually really like that because I'd considered it being like, you know, in this like self-isolated floating bubble of water that is
Like
never
Earthworm Jim.
more than a few feet from her.
Kind of like a hamster ball that floats around, but with a fish inside.
Yeah. And it like there's probably actually like some sort of symbiote on her body somewhere that she can't
Right.
get to. But that's how it manifests to her. And she thinks it's weird that no one else can see the fucking fish.
I like how it wants you to make doesn't don't because it doesn't understand that bubbles is a proper noun. It thinks that you're talking about plural.
Right.
That's great.
And I want its like full name to be something really regal and like haughty. Like,
Well,
Bubbles of Duchess.
what if and while is Bubbles your character?
Hot
or
demon names.
or
Where are we
is-
going? Hold on, wait. Do I need to block this?
Could God, this is great already. Could
Salamandeth!
could Bubbles potentially be a backstory that's shrouded in mystery that only James knows, and you know Bubbles from the perception of what you know of Bubbles, but Bubbles isn't giving you all the information.
I think that from what we discussed last time, that's kind of the direction that we were going to go in, is that Bubbles is like a weird NPC that James plays.
Yeah.
And only I can see it. And yeah,
What if I also can see it?
were you somehow
No, well, I just have sensors, so I obviously know like something's there. So if it's really there,
like some weird infrared scan
yeah.
thing?
So does this thing like actually exist, or is it a figment? Because if it actually exists, then I feel like I should be able to
it'll
see
be
it.
a thing that actually exists because it's a symbiote, so it'll be
Right.
attached to her somewhere.
But maybe
somewhere.
it does. Yeah, maybe it does send out some like weird, like
Or I perceive it as something
UV,
different.
or you perceive it as something different, or I mean, maybe you were with me on whatever planet or whatever adventure where I ended up with it, and you also have like a virus, basically,
That makes me not see it. Because
or you do
it's like,
see
there's like
it.
a weird block, and then eventually I get upgraded and I fucking see the fish and I freak out.
Yeah,
Is it ethereal?
ooh,
Is it
Yeah.
ethereal? And what if okay, and I'm just purely throwing out an option here. Its etherealness makes the two of you also prime candidates for my potential researches, and we're like both of you are interesting to me for these reasons,
I kind of like that idea.
because you're bound to an ethereal being of some sorts. Or it might not even be ethereal. It's perceived
we're-
as ethereal because of our limited
We're just research to you.
perception.
Well, I mean, they do say that cats can see ghosts, so
Yeah, I
they
believe
say
it.
that.
I believe it.
If
Fucking cats staring at walls.
if ghosts were a thing, I do believe that cats can see something that we can't. If I mean, like visible light, whatever, you know.
Well, mantis shrimp can see like 2 other colors we can't.
Yeah.
blurple.
I was about to
Yeah.
say, literally, blurple is the
Blurple.
first word that pops to mind in all cases of a color. God, I love that word. Blurp, blurp,
Blurp, blurp,
blurple.
blurp.
Oh man, can I make a robot say blurple?
Like purple,
But blue.
but with a B. Yes, but with, put an L in front of the B.
Blurple.
I really love
Or,
this
sorry,
voice.
on the other side. Sorry, to the right of it.
This app's cool because it actually lets you create the voice name. So if I wanted to, I could make it like.
I really want your voice box to malfunction.
And just sound like a really hot like model.
Yeah.
At one point, it's like, what?
In
The fish is from Blurple.
in 8th grade, I didn't want to give an oral report, so I talked the teacher into letting me have the Macintosh do voice synthesis of it.
Nice.
So I loaded up the text
God.
file and had it do the voice synthesis, and just sat there the entire time awkwardly looking at the class while they were like, "Why am I listening to a computer robot talk about Carnegie?" Like,
Malfunction. I am not a cat.
More reasons why you guys are together, or how you are together.
I really do kind of like the thought that if Bubbles is manifesting ethereally or something, then that's something that would be up
Planet
Deacon's
Blurblur.
alley.
What was the name of the research station that you were working on, Deacon, where they happened to find you?
because David's going with something vault related for his. Let's do something Batcave related.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's come up with some sort of what's a scientific word for a bat? Like, a
Flying
word.
rat. Flying rat.
Flying rat. Not a bar. There's a scientific name for a bat.
Chiroptera. Yeah. That's what I just got. So,
What about the Latin name? Batimus Maximus.
so like, what if I was on Chiroptera?
Oh, I feel real dumb for not realizing that. Of course, that's where that came from.
So, like, literally, like, Terra.
Terra?
Chiroptera. Or, how do you pronounce is it Chirotera?
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Chipotopole.
Chipatoodletoo. Yeah.
Chips and salsa.
Do you want it with one R, like it actually is, or two
2R, like Terra, like earthly. Let's
Hang on.
let's
Here we go.
Are you gonna outvoice
Is
me?
it? Come on, YouTube.
Chiroptera.
Chiroptera.
Mm-hmm.
Kai. Okay.
Chiroptera.
Oh yeah, like a chimera.
Oh yeah.
That would make sense.
Rat with wings.
Yeah.
Rat with wings.
Is that really what it?
It's a flying rat.
So Chiroptera.
Rat copter.
There's a joke about heading back to Chiroptera.
There actually are rat copters in if you've ever played Shovel Knight.
Yeah, God, I need to get back on. I got it on 3DS, and I got
It's good.
I think I have it on Steam
Excuse
too,
me.
technically, but like I just always played it on 3DS. It is a Shovel Knight was a very elegant. Wait, Shovel Knight, or what did you say?
Shovel Knight. It's a
Yeah.
really awesome platformer.
Yeah. Okay. For a moment, I thought you said Hollow Knight.
Hollow
because
Knight's also incredible.
Hollow Knight is also incredible, but like it's no Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight is just a beautiful aesthetic and a beautiful style.
Yeah, I love Hollow Knight. I'm so excited for the second one, Silk Story.
But
Yeah,
Hollow Knight came out what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
2017.
Okay, and then
18?
Shovel Knight came out in like 2012, right?
The first one did, but they've added so many little characters and stuff now.
Plague Knight was so much fun to play, but so weird.
Yeah, I really like the King, the newest one they came out with. King's fun. Just
Do you like
random.
Binding of Isaac?
I do. Yeah, I really like road games.
Yeah, Binding of Isaac's great because it's got that Zelda feel.
Thanks, Charlie. I knew someone would appreciate it.
Hand Wing. That's so good.
Oh, really?
That's really good.
That's really cool.
I love knowing that fact now.
So is there any relation to... Okay, so hold on. Solaris, because I'm sure you would know this then. Is the Patera part like pterodactyl? Is that winged dinosaur, like dactyl, winged appendage? Dactyl means appendage, right? So polydactyl on a winged cat... or for
A winged cat?
cat.
Polydactyl
That's
means a cat, like,
terrifying.
has multiple fingers or whatever. So pterodactyl means like winged winged dactyl. And then the hand part for chiro, like chiropractor, is a hand based doctor, right? Am I getting this right, or am I full of shit? Because
I feel like it all checks out.
I feel like it does too, and if not, like, you know,
Finger wings.
So what I put in here is that the two of you were running from guards and you ended up in Deacon's lab. And there you saw many other floating, quote, fish, which are actually like spirits or souls from the ethereal realm.
Okay.
I'm going to go with you guys told Deacon about this, who is interested in this. And so he asked to like keep you around and stuff. And so when the guards came in, he hid you from them. Or, Deacon, do you want it to be where, like, when the guards came in, you told them that they were part of your team?
I like the idea of them on this planet potentially being hidden, because what it means is it means we have to get off the planet. It compels us to leave the planet. I have to get them off the planet.
We got to get a ship.
It becomes almost like getting the droids off of Tatooine.
Escape. Oh, dude, if our first mission's an escape, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it makes our first mission an escape.
Yeah.
We have to barter with Jabba the Hutt to get the ship. Not really directly, but I mean, like, imagine if Han's ship was actually taken over by Jabba instead of just Jabba meeting him outside. Which, by the way, that was actually filmed with a dude. Jabba was a humanoid originally, or whatever, right? Like, y'all know that?
No. That's a new fact for me.
Jabba was a human. Han refers to him as like humanoid in that scene where they replaced him with the Jabba that you see in Return of the Jedi, but he's originally it's a dude with like a vest and everything like that. You can find the original scene.
It's just a bro.
Because that's why you see Han put his shoulder or his hand out on like Jabba's essential shoulder. Like, the scene makes so much more sense if you realize that a human was there in his place.
Chad the Hutt.
And it wasn't even just like a human not in costume, it was a costumed human. So, I don't know. I just
That's fun.
So I definitely like the idea of you guys being something that, like, hey, we have value, get us off of this planet, we can get you what you need, sort of a thing. I think that's great. Because while I don't have a ton of money, I think that being the last in my generation, having some credit to my name, like whatever the version of a credit score exists in this world is, I might have enough clout to be able to achieve this. You know, I might have enough resources and connections. You know, I could be connected to some shady people, but not necessarily well off, right? Maybe?
Yeah.
Because I think it's too much to be well off. But it would make sense that, you know, previous iterations of me know people and things.
I don't hate that.
Finger wings.
Finger Wings is the name of my bass player in my ska band.
Nice. It's one of my favorite parts of Napoleon Dynamite is when they do the bird, like the whole.
Oh, the helping hands.
They say love, it is a river, or whatever song they do. Yeah, like I love that scene because he's so into it, and the one dude just like. Give me some of your tots, Napoleon. No, get your own tots.
Just kicks him in the leg. That movie is. Who said that recently? It's 20 years old.
It's close.
Or it's close.
2004.
It's 15 years old.
I really hate that it's 2021 and fuck, dude.
Yep. This would be my 20 years ago I graduated.
Yeah.
It will be 20 years ago next year for me.
I think about that.
I graduated in 02.
Yeah, we get it. You're smart.
Fuck. Smart. Goddamn. So smart.
I could have graduated early, but I decided to write out the state's dollar, and
Go to.
I did running start as long as I
Nice.
possibly could.
That's a great thing to have done.
Yeah.
College took forever because I hopped campuses and changed my major. Like
I was gonna say, fun
100
fact, I never
times.
actually finished school.
I was there forever.
Me too.
I have enough credits at this point that I should have a master's degree, but just never finished.
I probably could have if I focused from the start, but I sure didn't.
I went to back to Clark for the last time, and my last quarter was jazz appreciation, principles of management, philosophy, and
Dance.
fitness, because I had to fill it out for the program that I was a part of. Two of those four classes were just repeats of classes that I had withdrawn and failed out of before. and I ended up failing all but one class. Of those 4 classes, guess which one I passed?
Dance.
Fitness.
Fitness is
Yeah.
the only class that I reliably showed up to and did. Which, if you look at me, no.
There
Nailed it.
was
Fucking
one
aced that
quarter at TCC that I legitimately took like Guitar 103 and
Gay
bowling and pottery. Like I just took a bunch of bullshit classes.
So I want you guys to think of a ability or a weapon that you guys have, like a basic weapon, like David. It might be
My clamps.
like a clamp. Yeah. Well, no, something like a
You get your clamps
like
by
a laser
default.
gun comes out of your hand or something,
Ooh.
or it could be that you are just stronger with your clamps, and so you can
Like a
clamp
little
people.
welder hand or
Kate,
something
it could
like
be that you have a small like gun of some type. It doesn't have to necessarily be laser, but you have like some type of gun or something
I want a
as
sword.
a weapon.
I want a-
It could be a sword.
I want like a plasma rapier.
Yeah, that would be fine. And
Like
then,
a tiny, very skinny lightsaber.
and David, I want you to think of the same thing. Some type of weapon that you have. And David, it could be something like it's one of your tools you use, but you
Yeah, I was
repurposed
thinking
it as
like a
as
cutting,
laser.
like a cutting, articulating arm or something like that. Thinking-
So what kind of like
Plasma
other than your
torch.
fists, claws, and clamps, like what is your weapon?
Got it. Do I get 2?
Just one.
1. I'm gonna go with a plasma cutter,
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
laser cutter, space laser cutter, space laser space cutter, in space.
So is it a projectile or is it a melee weapon?
Let's go melee. I think I'm gonna have a melee character.
Okay,
Like an up
yeah,
close
so
in your
it's-
face.
It's like a sword that's attached to you, sort of deal.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and write that down.
Sweet.
And Kate, you write yours down, and
Plasma rapier.
yeah, if you want. And then Matt, what do you think yours would be?
Well, if I'm getting around, like, if I got around like a hoverboard style thing, I wouldn't have a cane. So that's gonna, if I'm not getting around on a hoverboard, I'd probably have a cane.
Okay. Do you want like a flying wheelchair, or
God, a flying wheelchair sounds bitchin'.
do you want like a cane?
A sleigh.
I think of it less like a flying wheelchair and more like a hover chair, like just
Yeah.
like, I mean, like or like
Like an actual hover round.
Like a hoverboard.
like a very like not quite like MODOK where he's all head.
Is it a
But,
board
like-
that hovers?
Are you thinking like the fat people at the end of Wall-E? Not Wall-E?
Those chairs?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of like literally like a thing that like I don't hover standing up, I hover sitting down.
Uh-huh.
So it's just like a thin panel.
Think of it like a doll stand.
Like
How
an
they-
actual hover round.
no,
So do you want it to
it's
be,
like a stool with a base that goes around your waist. It kind of keeps you like.
or do you want it to be something that
Like in a doll
that
box.
flows from the like the nip of your neck down your spine, down like the back of your thighs, and then it kind of just like becomes rigid, and so it sits you in a sitting position? Or do you want like an actual chair?
Yeah, I want something that's gonna have me sitting in a sitting position, but it's not gonna have a lot of physical bulk.
Okay, do you want it to be attached to you then, like like an armor sort of thing, or do you want it to like just come together, and you like put it away or something?
I think
Folds
it
up
could.
real
I think
small.
it could be not permanently attached
Seal's
to me,
broken.
but
It's true.
moderately attached to me. So like if I need to absolutely stand on my own without it, I could, but
Okay.
not, you know, and I do. I don't rely on it solely, but it definitely makes it easier for when I get tired. And if I have to get close to something, I can kind of adjust my alignment to where I'm more vertical and less.
So do you want it to be something where like it's like nanotechnology around your legs and stuff, and then it forms into whatever it needs to be? Do you want to carry around like a briefcase that turns into it, or
I think nanotech, like some sort of it's built onto me for the most part.
okay?
Yeah.
And then does that itself like shoot lasers or have like spikes or something that you do damage with, or do you have like a wand or something, or
Yeah, I would think that it could do some blasting out of the arm attachments, so to speak. You
Blasters. I like blasters.
okay? Yeah.
So-
So go ahead and write like blasters or something like that down under your
know. Yeah.
attacks and spellcasting.
We got blasters.
That's cool.
And then under your features and traits,
Space
which is to the right of that, go ahead and make a note of like your chair. And David, I want you to think of something cool that only you can do. Like you and your robot self. Like what is a feature or an ability that specifically you have access to?
I can stream HBO.
Okay.
No. something helpful or just like a general?
Something that you would use to help you and or your crewmates out.
Like I have a built-in ladder or something silly.
Yeah, if you want something like that.
Could you have multiple arms?
Ooh, a third arm.
And I'm not thinking of something like that isn't useful. Like this is something you would not solely rely on, but it will definitely be helpful to you and your adventure.
Right. I could fly. No. Actually, one of the things I really liked about Chad that I don't feel like I utilized enough was his ability to hunker into a shell and become more dense.
Okay.
I feel like that would be a thing. Like a
So do you want something that like hardens you or gives you more shield?
Yeah, like a...
I'm sorry. Do the boxes make you hardened?
Well, I got what's coming.
Oh,
should it be
really?
a shielded thing, or should it be like a thing in between shield and my fleshy 1 hit point?
And it could be more that you have steel plating so that your hit points are higher.
Yeah, move slower. I don't know if it takes something away. If that would be a thing, that would be neat, where I can get plating to raise my health.
So is that what you want? You just want to have stronger plating, which means you have more health?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Can that
if
be
you
a
want
thing?
that. Yeah, go ahead and like write under the notes there, like, you know,
Super
titanium plating or adamantium plating or steel plating or whatever.
Insert metal here.
And then go
Vibranium.
ahead and change your current hit points. Make that 10.
Sweet. I'm gonna be the tank, everybody.
Son of a bitch. I missed some stuff.
I'm a tank.
Kate, so we're writing down like our weapon that we have.
Okay.
And then we're also thinking of a feature that is specific to your character that is helpful to you and your crewmates and stuff. Like for David, for example, he has stronger plating. David, I'm going to go with like it doesn't like cripple you, like put you down into like a square cube and then you're just stronger. It's like this is just something you have that's always there. You just have stronger plating.
Oh, that's even better then.
And Matt, you can go with something that has to do with your chair or whatnot, or it can be like you're smart enough so you can figure things out better than the others. Whatever.
I feel like
have
mine
you.
gave me a big old boost.
Yeah, like you don't need to think small. Like this is just one thing that you're good at that you have that's unique to you.
A sneaky.
Do you want something to be something that is stealth related?
Yeah, probably.
So how is that? Like
Completely
do you have
noiseless?
like boots that like absorb sound around you and around you, or like a cloak that makes you invisible for a certain amount of time, or how?
She's a cat.
Yeah, but like how do we manifest
just a-
that to be something like scientific?
It's a
robot?
trait.
Or not robot, but scientific like space style.
Space cat. God damn it, we're not helpful, are we?
No. No, that's not helpful at all. I understand what James is saying. I think that, yeah, there are some racial things, but also,
What about just a jumping ability or a get into weird spaces
yeah, that's kind of more like what I'm thinking.
or
Like, I can't,
enhanced cat sight?
Like when you're falling, you have advantage on the fall because you're a cat, so you'll land on your feet.
yeah, I want to do superhero landing.
You want
Superhero cat
to
landing.
be able to land on your feet better than others.
Yeah,
Okay. So go ahead and name it something.
like
and then,
just crazy good
like
dexterity
cat reflexes
stuff.
or something, where you can fall double the length without taking damage, and you always land on your feet.
Cat-like reflexes.
I envisioning doing something cool where I throw you like really, really far and you land on a bad guy.
You use me
but-
as a weapon.
Yeah, but then like my math thing kicks in and I throw you into a wall.
Would that also apply then to being thrown?
Shit.
Yeah, whenever you like falling,
So
Yeah.
fall twice as far.
and always land on your feet.
You have a throw saving throw, which is not a blanket.
Which is not a blanket.
And then,
Yeah.
and then Matt, what do you think yours would be? Like, what do you think that you would have that's specific to you as a person?
My exoskeletal chair is probably like potentially an heirloom technology, and potentially, or it could be regular technology.
Regular old technology.
Yeah, but and if that's
Boring
the case,
ass. Regular old.
maybe I feel like something that he's got that's special is Okay, what if with the dementia comes the alternate of like moments of supreme clarity?
That would be wonderful. So like when you're trying to think of something, what happens?
So you know how like sometimes you just go take a shower and you think about it in the shower, or you go do the dishes and you think about it during the dishes,
Yeah.
and you have your epiphany.
Yeah.
So the opposite happens of the dementia, where I just have like extreme clarity, epiphanies, eureka moments, where it's I don't want to say it's bardic inspiration on myself, but it comes across that way, to where I have moments where I accidentally have a boost instead of a detriment. Like I have an absolute, like, full, like, extreme, like when Ace Ventura meets the dude and he's talking about how he got the guano on his shoes and all that stuff in the second movie, and like he just has it all figured out, you know.
So you want something like expertise in like science or like history, medicine,
Proficient
something
in?
like that?
I don't know that it necessarily would manifest itself other than as a logic boost, like solving something, like occasionally. It's a moment of absolute, like, tranquility of what's going on. Like Neo in the Matrix, and it's not a regular thing. Like, he doesn't regularly see the Matrix. He just occasionally has like a moment where he just fully gets it, and it's no rhyme or reason. It could happen through some sort of underlying thing. I don't know.
So mechanically wise, how would you want that to work?
If I roll high enough on a situation, it's almost like a dirty 20 is a 20, is an absolute 20.
So you want it to be like,
I don't know if I'm following 100%.
so instead of like a dirty 20, do you want it to be like where if you roll a natural 20 on a skill, it automatically works? Because right now, as it goes, if you roll a natural 20 on a skill, you still have to add your proficiency modifiers and stuff, and you might still fail it.
So natural 20 is
So
100%.
you want it to be something where like your skills succeed on a natural 20,
Yeah, that sounds great.
and then like if you have that 5% that it works, it's just like boom, it works.
Yeah, or the flip side is that anything that rolls higher than a 20, if I rolled like a 16 plus my modifier, it became 21. It acts as if I would have rolled a 20. But that seems the worst way to do that. But yeah, something that maybe a natural 20 just gives me a much better.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Natural 20s count as success. So think of like a cool name for that. Like, I guess moment of clarity or epiphany would work.
Yeah.
for it. And then on a natural 20 skill check, I succeed.
That sounds freaking cool.
That sounds really powerful.
Yeah.
5% of the time, it's always working.
Yeah, that's really
It works every time.
Better
But-
find that one dice that works.
But I think that the dementia could come in that on low rolls, it's just devastatingly bad.
So if you roll on opposite, if you roll a natural 1, it automatically fails. Because on skill checks, if you roll a natural 1, but you add all of your other bonuses, it could still succeed.
Yeah.
So do you want it to be like natural 1 is automatic failure?
Yep, I'm good with that. I think that's a good
cool.
balance.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really neat.
Which is what a lot of people play the game as with
Yes.
already. But we're just making it an actual rule that's for your character.
I think that's gonna be really neat.
Okay.
And so yeah, natural 1 could be me having, like, okay, so if I'm microwaving a burrito, right?
Yeah.
A natural 20 is that burrito comes out perfectly fucking cooked.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I roll a 1,
It explodes.
like, that burrito causes the microwave to just like short circuit, melt down, sparks everywhere, and like I starve to death.
And
Not
your,
really,
and
but-
your burrito
Right.
burns.
It's catastrophically failure if you
Because-
roll a natural 1.
because I didn't put in 2 minutes and 13 seconds. I put in 2 hours and 13 minutes,
Yeah.
and the microwave doesn't let it out. And I'm just, this is a reach of an example,
and
but
you wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel you, and I like
Everything's
it a
fine.
lot.
the other day I thought I set the oven to preheat at 375 and put my food in and stepped away and came back 35 minutes later and found out the oven was not doing anything because I guess I forgot to actually push one last
Go,
button,
or whatever.
or the board is failing. I can't tell if it's my early onset dementia at 38 or if I just didn't or if there's actually a problem
Didn't
with the
follow
board.
through. Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it's me or the board because it's actually technically happened twice. And we'll see, because it's an older range, but still, I'm pretty sure that it's my dementia. So yes, that's that. Yes.
Recently, the pilot light kept going off in my oven. I got that nailed down.
Ooh, you've got an gas range.
You do.
And oven. Wow.
Wait, the one here or the one at your house? 'Cause
At the house.
Okay.
Well, here too.
I don't know how to spell epiphany.
EP. Yep. There you go.
Laser.
I called it, instead of nano chair, just for its worth, I called it exoskeletal chair. But exoskeletal nano chair would be really cool too. Like whatever.
Exoskeleton Nanochair 5000 from Bimart. Is there like a global like Costco where like everything?
Yeah,
comes
it's
from?
fucking Costco.
Is it Costco in this world too, where they just make
It's
everything?
still just Costco.
Is it Costco branded exoskeleton Nanochair?
Kirkland.
Kirkland,
Dude,
yes.
My favorite.
What do you want?
My favorite Rick and Morty Funko that I own is the Kirkland Meeseeks.
So I have that one. I have that one too. It's sitting over there. I love it.
It's so good. It's
What do you want?
such a clever joke.
There's all these stupid Kirkland boxes. Yeah, I like that. I like that Costco exists in this world. Oh man, is that the company I loaded for? Was Costco? Space Costco.
Welcome to Space Costco. We
Space
space
Co.
love you.
We space love you. Yeah, that might have to be the thing.
Oh man, the best part is you got to take boxes home with you there.
Ooh. They have sample
I
boxes.
see it as like just being the hilt of the weapon that she carries around, but it's like a fucking lightsaber basically, and like you hit a button and pew. I don't
Okay,
Kate, what did we settle on you having?
Cat-like reflexes fall twice as far without taking any damage, or be thrown twice as far, and always lands on my feet.
I love that. So Solaris makes up something interesting.
That's gonna be cool for when we come across.
I love in
Holes.
Blade Runner 2049 the giant advertisements of joy that come through.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, it
I love
absolutely.
the whole cyberpunk world. It's so cool to me.
Same.
I saw 2049 4 times in the theater. It set a personal record for me for theater movies. It's gorgeous.
Man,
Did it
I
beat
did
out
that-
Titanic?
I did that with the original Shrek. I'm not afraid to admit it.
The first movie I ever saw 3 times was Requiem, and I always set that as my limit until Blade Runner 2049 just obliterate. It's such a gorgeous movie, but the advertising and the technology, like I love the idea of there being something in this world. Like I love the idea of there being media, that either we're seeing media.
Like, idiocracy is just everywhere. It owns everything.
Like just how right now, if you go to a Chevron and there's like a 24/7 video loop commercials playing.
I
at the
fucking
pump.
hate that shit too.
Yeah, it's really loud.
Me too. But that's the capitalized industrial future, is that advertising exists. And while our spaceship is on loan from this goblin overlord dude, like there's clearly going to be ads to load.
You mean
and stuff
from
like
Dick
that.
Hanna Milky Way?
Oh God. Dick says get fucked.
Dick says yes. Dick
Oh,
never says no.
God, Hanna Milky Way.
It's really funny. I just randomly spit out advertisements mid battle.
Is it safe to say that the name Richard may not be dead, but the nickname Dick for anybody born as like a millennial on further is just pretty much over?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
probably.
I don't imagine.
David, I want you to think of something ability-wise that you have because you are a loader robot.
Other than like being the obvious ones, like being strong, or
you can have it that you're strong, and so that you have advantage
You can lift
on
up
strength
to-
checks or whatever. You can lift up to more pounds, carry more.
I
You can
like
have that
that.
if you want, or you can think of something else. Anything that you have done that you were created, and so you specialize in that.
Can his math inefficiencies not pertain to things in box shape? Like you
perfect.
specialize
It's
in
perfect
box
when it's a
math?
square.
Yeah, like if things are in box shape, you understand them flawlessly. Like how drug dealers have drug math. Ask anybody you know who's bad at math to do drug math for you if they're a drug dealer.
I can recognize all boxes, manufacturer, type, shape.
Yeah.
Wait.
Infinite box wisdom.
I have box knowledge. Is that the thing? That's the thing, I guess.
Oh my god.
It's shaped like a box. I'm your guy.
There you go. If it's box shaped, you have advantage on checks
Nice.
against it. But
Yes.
Does that apply to
So
like
that's
houses?
a cool thing. But I want you to come up with something else.
Oh, okay. I think we may just go with the super strong extra storage.
So that you can carry double the weight.
Yeah, I like that. I like being the pack mule tank.
How do you want to call that? What do you want that to be called?
Junk in the trunk. Extra trunk.
Would it be something that only applies when not in combat?
The extra storage.
It could be that, or it could be combat related.
So it's
like-
something I carry and put it down.
Your strength only, like your ability to focus your computing process to properly like you know how a waitress is, or a server in general. Sorry, I shouldn't use a gendered term there. A server is really good at like theoretically carrying like a
Sure.
yeah, you have expertise in carrying heavy things because you can maintain better balance when you're not focused on doing non-loading, unloading things, as when you're in pack mule mode versus other mode.
Okay.
I'm just theorizing. I don't know.
I don't know how you would say that. Or is this like an overload or overvolt feature where for a turn or two that I'm extra strong because I overclocked something
Yeah,
like that?
Do you want it to be like that?
I don't know. Like
because it's not that because we're not doubling your strength in all applications. We're just doubling it in this application, right? Or like doing.
I just like the idea of junk in the trunk being that you have a like rear compartment that just comes right out of your butt.
Can you have a frunk too?
a frunk. Yes, I'm electric, so yes, of course.
Yeah.
So you want to go with the double carrying them out?
Yeah, let's just go the strong beefy traits.
So you have like a compartment on your body that can store extra stuff.
We'll double down into that. Yeah.
Okay. Kate, what about you? What is something that you being a stowaway orphan that was once a pirate, yada yada yada. what
When you put it that way, it sounds really stupid.
Orphan space pirate.
What did your life experiences give you that you're good with?
Pickpocketing.
Yeah.
How would that help you in combat?
Oh, in combat, it wouldn't.
And it doesn't have to be. It could be non-combat related. But remember, we're playing D&D-esque game, so there will be combat.
That is.
Do you want
that
something
is
that
true.
helps you in combat, or?
I kind of do want something that helps me in combat.
What if? Can I?
You can help each other.
You can
we can.
suggest. I've been helping you.
Because I would imagine if I had like a really simple attachment on myself, such as like, I don't know, a laser pointer, and if I were to shine said laser pointer on target, could that be more damage?
Well, I think that would be a hilarious mechanic that we could utilize, but is not applicable to this. But I
In
do
this
think that
scenario.
that's something that we should use. In the
I
future.
agree. I agree with.
What
both of
about
those, yeah.
I just didn't know if like things with red dots you do. more
No,
damage
absolutely.
was the trait.
You could be my like laser focus.
marked targets yield a disadvantage or something like that?
Can disengage or hide
Or
it
you
as a
get-
bonus action because she is a cat from Solaris. That's pretty good.
You get
Well, I can also disengage or hide as a like. Wouldn't that also just be a?
It's a GTFO button.
Well, also
Do you
like
just want disengage?
technically it's a rogue action, and technically I'm a rogue.
Do you want disengage?
I
You can have it, I guess.
no.
What if you have adamantium claws?
Yikes.
That could be something that happens later, but
Super claws. 7 claws.
I'm trying to think, and I have ADD.
Yeah, Solaris.
You guys
Yeah,
are
I'm
you guys are
thinking stuff like
distracting
that.
me.
You're the cat race, but you have the equivalent of like an extra pinky on all your hands.
That's really
So
creepy.
you have like 7 claws or whatever. That's really weird.
Once again, polydactyl.
Yeah. Your finger wings.
Even though this is not the place for it, I do like the idea of keeping that in mind, that you'd get advantage on something where
There's a red
target
dot
is
on
marked.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
I
that.
think it's really funny.
You.
I had something and I lost it.
What if your purr, because you're a cat-like thing, what if your purr can soothe humans? Almost the way that I constantly tried to abuse Tasha's hideous laughter. You could soothe and distract with a purr.
I don't hate that.
So it's not something that like is
Persuasion,
necessarily
charisma
combat,
type
but
of thing?
It's right. It's an ability to
I can't purr.
distract.
What was that again?
No, I'm not gonna do that again. That was really awkward.
It was something like
It's like when we're all trying to make Wookiee sounds.
I knew a girl that could purr. It was really creepy. She'd actually move. She'd do it over her vocal cords. It was straight up the weirdest thing.
Ugh, gross.
Oh yeah.
A Murloc.
All that in my ear holes is really uncomfortable, you guys.
My favorite is the baby Murloc.
I think that Murlocs might be the coolest thing in the Warcraft world, in my opinion.
What? The coolest thing?
Yeah. As far as races go.
All right, we got half an hour. I need you guys to
Yeah, sorry.
come up with things that you're
Focusing.
cool with.
I mean, can't I just do something with sneak attack? I don't know.
Do you want just sneak attack?
I just kind of want sneak attack.
Invisible.
I mean, I'm a cat. Like, I can get up into high places, or I can be thrown, and I can just be like, woo, YOLO. And,
Invisible in shadows or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want
Yeah,
sneak
you just
attack.
have sneak attack. That's fine. Matt, something that you're good with that would help you in combat or something like that.
While I am slower, don't have the movement and all the other things, I'd like to have some sort of quick draw on the laser blast. So
something like advantage on initiative.
Advantage on initiative potentially, especially since I have the low initiative. But only if I'm doing a blast with it.
Well, initiative is just your place in combat.
Yeah, but I would take advantage on initiative, absolutely, in all cases of initiative. I didn't want to make it too overpowered and just say that it was only if I'm using the blast.
I don't think advantage on initiative would be overpowered.
Okay, cool. Advantage on initiative.
So you just have quick draw that why would you have that though? Like,
because of my skeletal chair can save my ass.
So there's kind of like an AI in your chair, and it's like, hey, over there, and so you look over there, like it kind of gives you a quick heads up.
My brain is there, and while my body is not there, the chair is potentially there.
Oh, you're linked with it.
Because the chair is it's like a very shitty Iron Man suit.
Bluetooth 5.
It's linked up and it's connected. But it's not a fully protective suit by any stretch,
It's like the vest of floating chairs.
Yeah.
They'll protect you, but it is a vest.
It's so advantage on my 0 marked up in initiative sounds pretty great. Quick draw sort of thing, yeah.
All right, David, your laser cutter is going to do D8 of damage.
Dang.
Kate, your plasma rapier is going to do a D8 of damage, and then Matt, your plasma. And I want to ask, is this something? Does your laser chair that can like shoot lasers and stuff? Is it something that is going to require like an extra power source, like a consumable, or is it something you can just fire out? Like it takes energy or heat from around you, and then it just shoots it out.
I think it should definitely be my exoskeletal nano chair only has so much power in its core, and
so it would require an extra power source to be able to shoot lasers.
Not necessarily it's a separate power source, but it would drain the power source.
Okay, so in that case, I'm going to make it do more damage because it requires a reagent for it. So it will also do a D8 of damage.
Okay.
But you have a range on it that can go from 80 feet out to 120 feet.
It can do up to 120. It can go.
So it can go to 80 feet without disadvantage, and then if you want to shoot it out even further, it could go up to 120 feet. But between 80 and 120 feet, it would be shot at disadvantage.
Okay. So normal up to 80, and then after I hit 80 feet, it goes to disadvantage if I'm powering it with enough power to not dissipate by the end.
Let me check exactly with a heavy crossbow to just get that range exactly. 400 feet.
100 to 400?
So 100 to 400 feet is what it'll be. It's essentially it's a crossbow, but your laser chair. And so it will require you, because it has ammunition, it will require you to like push a button to reload. So it would take a bonus action to reload your chair.
Okay. Is that one blast out of one side, or do I have both blasts, both sides?
It'll be one blast out of one side.
Okay. And I can only use
Or
one.
do you want it to be where you fire twice and it's like pew pew?
Yeah, definitely pew pew.
Okay,
Always
so it's
pew,
gonna
pew.
be a D6 then instead of a D8.
And I can use it twice in a thing.
Yeah, in one round. Just choo choo.
So 2d6
2d6.
essentially.
Well, you'll have to roll. Do you want to roll twice or do you just want to roll once?
Oh, they're definitely 2 attacks.
Okay, so yeah. So yeah, you'll roll twice and they'll each do a D6.
But they're shared action. Like it's a shared act. I have to roll for each one for accuracy.
But
Whatever.
it is one action.
But it is one action to fire both.
And then it will create a bonus action to then reload.
It's like the
Or
tentacle.
do you want to make it so that it reloads itself?
I don't know that it's a problem necessarily that it bonus actions to do it yet. Let me think about that.
Okay. Essentially, it would free up you having a bonus action to do something else.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean obviously I want that. I just don't want to be power.
Right. It would lower it from a D6 to a D4 if you didn't want it to require like a bonus action. Which would mean it has the potential to do, 8 points of damage versus 12.
Right. I think that we'll keep it as
trade-off.
D6s, and I will.
And it requires you to reload
The
it.
bonus
itself.
action is just I just use my bonus because really, how often are you using a bonus action?
Okay, perfect. What do you want to call that? Like your weapon?
My pew pew. Pepe le pew pew. No.
Laser blasters?
Chair blaster. Laser chair defense.
Yeah, I mean, I have blasters in here now, and I'll come up with some sort of name for them.
Laser blasters.
Space laser crossbow chair. Silence. Space crossbow. Space laser crossbow chair. Yeah, that's exactly right. Space laser. Yeah.
All I have stuck in my head now is Starship Velociraptor.
I knew we were gonna get there.
100 laser blasters.
If y'all haven't gone and listened to Galactic Kraken and Jonathan Young's Starship Velociraptor album,
You should.
your
need
life
to.
is missing something amazing.
I'm thinking, behold the quad glazer,
So
Glazer.
so I'm gonna have.
universal rare monster.
So you put a lot into intelligence, right? Mm-hmm. So it's going to deal the 2d6 plus intelligence modifier for the damage. Kate, are you stronger than you are dexterous, or dexterous than
I
you're
am
strong?
more dexterous than I am strong.
So the rapier will be like a rapier. It'll do, what did I say, 1d8
Yeah.
plus dex mod of damage.
Okay.
And then, I almost called you Chad.
Chad Robot.
A31T, are you stronger than you are dexterous, or
Nope, I am equal.
you are equal? So do you want your attack to be a dexterous thing, or do you want it to be a strength thing when you use your plasma cutters?
Let's have it be a strength thing just for difference.
Okay. So for my arm, a laser cutter cuts stuff. Deals 1d8, or do you want it to be a 2d6?
2d6. Wouldn't there be reloading of any kind involved? or
Nope.
Just...
It's essentially you have a great axe, or
Okay.
like a great
Oh, got
sword.
it. Okay.
Or do you want it to be a smaller weapon like a rapier,
No, I like the idea that's kind of a
like a great weapon?
yeah.
Okay, so like a great sword. So it'll deal like a. Do you want it to be a 1d12 or a 2d6?
Ooh, let's do the
Because a long sword technically in D&D is a 2d6, whereas a great axe is a 1d12.
let's do the 1d12. I think let's
You
let's
have
try
a higher probability of actually getting a better score with a 2d6.
Right, I know, but I feel like I like the idea of the one big.
I know that's bullshit probability, but it exists.
No, I mean, with a 1d12, you have a literal 1 in 12 chance of any amount of damage. With 2d6, you have a statistically higher chance of rolling 7. But you're risking, so you will do a median of 7 damage with 2d6.
Yeah.
And you said you want
It's
that to be
risk reward.
strength?
Yeah, let's go strength.
So there is a real probability. You have a greater chance of doing more with the d12. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that'll be like your go-to weapon. Kate, yours will be your plasma rapier.
Okay.
That'll be
and
your go-to weapon.
what about
Space.
like the claws that you talked about earlier, slash fist. Slash
Your fist, your non weapon damage is just going to be your strength score plus 1d4
Perfect.
for damage.
And attack bonuses, is that a thing or no?
Yeah, so for you it's going to be your dex modifier plus your proficiency because you're proficient with it, right?
Perfect. Yep.
For A31T, it would be your strength plus roll plus proficiency, and it's going to be your intelligence modifier for your chair, Matt, because you're using that modifier as your attack.
I just realized you're saying A31T and it's V31T.
B31?
V.
Like oh, sorry. Yeah. Wow, I need to replace that.
V as in voy.
Voy.
I need to replace all of those.
That's all right.
You only did 3 of
I
them.
didn't catch it until 3 hours later.
And I was saying...
I did. I just wasn't going to say anything because I thought it'd be funny to...
Oh,
make
you're
me go
the
through
jerk.
entire
You're the
thing.
jerk then.
I thought
Yeah.
it was a typo there, and then you said A30. I'm like, fuck, did I miss him changing it from B to A? And no, so that's why I'm calling you Velt. 'Cause I don't want to exercise my mouth on syllables.
I'm just now getting all this.
So you're Velt.
B as in butts. Yeah,
B
thanks,
as in
Charlie.
Butt 31.
Appreciate it.
What does the T stand for?
Trauma.
Tron.
Tron.
They do in iterations and versions. They do alphabetical at the end of it too.
Oh.
They do.
True, so-
Diablo patches were always X point Y alphabetical.
I'm thinking of Nier Automata, which is she's 2B. She's the second iteration of the Model A. Well, the 2 series Model B is what she is. Okay, so like we have our ability to do stuff in combat. We have the things that we're good with. We have a very bare bones reason why we are together. Which gives me, and you guys kind of you guys said you want to start where the guards are, where you have to get off the planet. Is that what you guys want to do?
Basically, it sounds like a heist and an escape.
Like you want to start with an escape?
You have to build a little help from some old friends.
Yeah, we don't have a ship yet, so either we're commandeering one or we're going
You
straight
gotta build
to
a crew.
straight to the space goblins.
Okay. And do you guys want to have more NPC crewmates, or do you want to be the crew with the AI that is so fed up with being an AI?
I think right now, just us.
And then possibly role-playing, having more crewmates if you wanted to?
Yeah, I like the idea of having others.
Eventually, or to start off with?
Eventually?
Yeah, I don't know if we necessarily need to start out with them.
I mean, if we're escaping and then going straight to the space goblins, then chances are we have nobody.
There's 2 things I kind of remember as we progress, since we're only doing this once/twice a week. Oh no, every other week. Excuse me. Yeah, is that if and when we get guests on the show?
Yeah.
How are we gonna crewmatize them?
Crewmatize or traumatize? Is that making them
hire.
crew and traumatizing them?
We can hire and fire them.
Okay.
All at the same time.
Is there anything else you guys want to add? And think about it. Like, anything you want to add to your characters? Any abilities that you think would be cool that you want to start off with? Because right now you each have a weapon and 2 abilities, which is more or less what you start off with D&D. But we're not exactly playing traditional, so I don't mind if you guys have more that you think are cool that you would want to start off with.
Oh gosh.
I'm honestly pretty happy with things as is.
Okay.
So I'm guessing it's traditional sneak attack for now, like plus 1d6 or whatever.
Yeah, it's literally just sneak attack.
Yay,
Okay.
Charlie and MJ and your vaccination. Well done.
Woohoo! And then I was gonna ask something else, but I lost it because I have the attention span of a flea today.
Your destructive laser chair.
Can-
Everyone's gonna want one.
I want one.
I know, they're gonna sell upgrades at Costco. We're gonna find a bigger one.
Space Co, you mean?
It's gonna have 4 lasers. Space Co. Is it just Space Co? I like that.
Yeah.
Space Company.
Change the skeleton, the ON to EA or to AL.
Skeletal. I know chair.
This one?
The no,
Shots for
Skeleton?
shots, that's right.
change the ON at the end
To
AL.
Yeah, your cell phone signal
There you go.
gets better.
All right.
Sweet. Exoskeleton.
So no
Yeah,
no
that's
other abilities or cool things you guys
I
want to
mean,
start off with?
aside from the fact that I'm a cat and like I can just melt into shadows, I don't know, cat things.
I think that wherever
Do I get like a rage bonus when I'm on catnip?
Do you want that to be a thing?
A rage boner?
Rage bonus.
Do you want
bonus.
do you want to take double shield damage but deal double damage when you're raging?
Oh my god, I want to, but no.
That's actually really kind of funny.
I'm gonna be good. Well, last week we talked about going feral. When I get really angry, like someone pulls my tail in battle and I just get really pissed off.
I like the catnip idea better. Like if we lace a tiny cat mouse or a tiny fur mouse, throw it.
Kate, it's up to you.
I don't know.
since
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. But I do want to use that mechanic of David with the laser pointer.
The targeted thing.
since we're on a space station, a planet where I'm based out of, it would make sense that I have some sort of something there beyond more than just me and my chair. Whether that's what limited research equipment I've been provided with, that's up to you to decide. But it would make sense that I've got something that I'm leaving behind. I can't take it all with me.
Do you want something like that?
It could, at the cost of I have to stand up to make it
Right.
Yeah, because I only have so much matter, so much physical stuff that it can do. There's certain it could manifest as a magnifying scope, whatever things that are reasonable for it to manifest as, kind of like Terminator. The T-1000.
Okay.
Not that it is liquid metal, but a similar, concept. It can only
Well,
Yeah,
nanomachines can
computer.
turn into whatever essentially.
yeah, it
Like-
just only has so much volume, and I
Yeah.
have to have, I can only turn it into something that it is known.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
Okay, and no personal possessions or whatever, unless you decide is it able to turn into a cot for me to sleep on, for example?
I don't see why not.
So it is its own bedroll. It
Yeah.
is all of those things, and it contours and cradles my body, and as I roll, it rolls under me and abound me, so I can kind of perfectly sleep, so to speak. Like I have great restful sleep.
The only thing I can think of
On your
right now
Tempur-Pedic.
is show's butthole is distraction. I'm not gonna do
Oh
that.
my
I'm
God.
just thinking a cat thing.
Oh my god, that is so good. Just to go back, I'd like to remind you that purring is an option too over showing butthole.
It's like these are options.
You could just purr. That is still a thing. But you could show your butthole, Kate.
I want to go on record as saying my character will be wearing pants the entire time.
With a
probably.
flap. Oh, there'll be a flap.
You know me as Whiskers, and you know my friend Bubbles, but have you met Starfish?
Is that a joke? Is that humor?
Oh my
Because
god.
Do you
Starfish
want to
is
something
study
like
that?
that?
Was that cat
Starfish
joke?
is a thing is a name for the butthole.
Do you want something like that?
No butthole.
Okay.
It's funny
No
because
butthole.
it's even funnier because we're in space, so it's a starfish.
Oh wait. Can
Oh
I
my god,
change?
Bubbles is the starfish that you know. Here's my other starfish.
No butthole.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh my god, I'm crying though just thinking about it.
I'm a computer.
Ugh.
David, do you want something else? Are you able to more easily connect with other mainframes or AIs or
That sounds cool.
or anything like that?
I wrote down a couple things that,
Yeah.
now that I think about it, don't really fit in. I wrote down vulgar, just because I really want to type a bunch of cuss words into this app, but I don't want a bunch of people to have to listen to that because I want to.
I do.
Like I may have seen the movie Chappie and think that's how robots need to act.
God, Chappie was, for what Chappie was, it was
pretty
really
good.
great. I just imagine it's irrelevant to now. Sorry. Exercising boundaries.
We only have 17 minutes. Let's make it happen.
What else I wrote down?
Ah!
Oh yeah.
I got excited.
Another-
Sorry.
Do you want something like that?
Ooh,
And if you don't like it, just tell me.
I
That's
think
fine.
that's
foreign
dope.
technology. Yeah, I'd like to be. I like kind of like an R2 thing where I can just
Yeah.
talk to anything. I like that.
You have
Okay.
USB
You
ports
speak
essentially.
binary?
Yeah, USB. What would we be
They-
on by then? Are
they
we in the
need to-
future? Is it K? USB K?
They need to be protected somehow. Like, so you don't want somebody walking up and jamming something in one of your portholes.
Oh no, I've
Because,
got, I've got
you guys
dust
are
covers.
sick and disgusting, do you want like a dong port to pop out and then you connect to other mainframes and interfaces
Yes,
through your
please.
dong?
Hey,
Like
hey,
the-
you said it, not me. That's a great idea.
Like the way
I
Transformers
said it in
urinate.
your guys'
Just
Yeah.
because we like
yeah,
it.
because you.
What if I don't want?
It's up to you. I mean, like however you have it.
What if for once I'm trying not to make a sexy space robot? James?
Exactly.
I don't want
exactly.
that right now.
So you have like your finger or something. One of your clamps can like come apart, and then it like turns into like one of your clamps comes apart, and it turns into like a foreign version of whatever you're looking at.
I don't know. Does Wi-Fi exist where we are?
You wanted some type of Wi-Fi or Bluetooth
Wireless
to connect to it?
interface.
Do you speak binary? Just like,
I think
speaking-
I think RP wise it might be cooler to have a physical port that you connect to with things, but
No, let's have it be like a weird like the opening scene in Fifth Element where the Guardians point his finger and the key kind of pops out. Like it's just gonna be
Yeah.
one of those things.
okay.
Multi-key.
Okay, I still don't have an extra one from you. If you don't want one, it's fine. I'm just wanting to make sure that you feel like your character is on par with what you're thinking.
I just feel like the.
Never really thought about that.
There is the purring idea, but I just keep going back to the idea of her just being like a little fluffy black mass of fur that just like melts into shadows and is just extra stealthy. Not that I don't already have a +5 to my stealth, but you know, whatever.
Do you want like a cat stealth where you have expertise in stealth?
Yeah.
I was also thinking
That.
you'd have
Completely
some
silent.
nimbleness. As a pirate, you probably walk the plank a lot
Yeah.
as a hobby.
Yeah, no, basically my dex and my stealth are exceedingly high.
So,
Acrobatics.
Kate, you remember how expertise works? You
I would
double
imagine
your-
that falls
Yeah,
on
double
in
my
cat
proficiency.
reflexes.
Yeah, so go ahead and just mark that down.
For stealth.
Yeah.
Perfect. Acrobatics I still have a +5 in, so I'm okay.
A rogue.
I'm still doing good unless I don't want to
So
like
I think you all have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got
That's a
excited.
personality trait. There it is. So mobile researcher, where your chair can do a bunch of cool stuff, one at a time. Quick draw, where your nano AI helps you on when things start to go down. You have epiphany, which really helps you, or at the same time, epiphany / dementia. Did I spell that right? No.
No. E at the
Dementia. So you're either all of a sudden eureka, or it's like and then your space laser crossbow chair. And then
Space laser.
technically,
crossbow
technically,
chair.
SLCC.
Technically, Matt, it's only 3 things. Are you okay with 3, or do you want to add like a 4th cool thing that you're able to do? Because they all have 4.
What if what if how well rested I am gives me some sort of extra bonus to something?
What about the ability to fix things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're a
Do you
scientist.
want? So there's a spell called mending in Dungeons and Dragons where you can mend like a 1 foot by 1 foot cube of something if it's like cracked or chipped or something. Do you want to be able to do something like that, or do you want, or like this well rested idea? What was that?
If I because of my chair, because of my ability to get a good night's sleep, a good rest, when I'm acting within maybe the first X amount of time from a rest, I have some sort of either advantage or a modifier to certain things because I'm a lot more with it. Because as I'm elderly, decrepit, or whatever, as time wears on, I mean, things aren't good. That's an option. It could be made at advantage. That sounds good.
That's kind of a fun one, but how often are we gonna be sleeping?
Well, and that's a great question.
Yeah, this seems like once a day sort of thing, which isn't very often.
What if it's just a modifier flat out as opposed to advantage?
What do you want? Like a expertise and a skill or something, or?
I don't know. I'm I don't know.
We're spitballing.
I do like the idea of. So I'm thinking about like how my chair theoretically functions. Like, there's an amount of mass behind me, and it comes up and it gives me like like glasses essentially if I need to hone in my vision.
Do you want to? Okay. There's a thing some barbarians get where they can see out to a mile with perfect vision. Do you want something where your chair gives you like a telescope, or like?
Yeah, that would be great. Like
okay.
I could have.
And do you want it to be able to like see into the infrared or something like that as well? Give you dark vision maybe because you're a human.
Different spectrums.
Yeah, different spectrums of light, dark vision, whatever. Because, and I can't have I can't do it during combat because it's trying to support me during combat and be my laser blasters during combat. So I'm getting minimal, like, the amount of what the chair is physically capable of provide. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It can only be used, like, let's say, out of combat because I imagine that it goes from being a small thing that my butt is on to, at best, it's usually supporting my legs and giving me a much more comfortable ride. But during combat, it might give me less of a ride, so it operates as the blasters. But during research, it might give me also less of a ride because it operates as the goggles and research tools, soldering iron, whatever, those sorts of things.
Do some real good science with that chair.
So something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's great because I'm thinking like the infrared and everything will be important because like lasers and lights and stuff and space and whatnot.
And I'm actively trying to find the wavelength at which something operates that doesn't currently, or trying to. That's one of the cool things about the Ghostbusters tech, right? Like the PKE meter and the goggles that they wear. But I mean, obviously those don't exist yet in this world.
Space chair laser eyeglasses.
It's basically like old man Iron Man, old Iron Man.
Old Iron Man.
Okay,
it's awesome.
So that's. Yeah, I think that's great.
He's actually just a clone of Tony Stark.
The last clone.
It's just old Tony
The last
Stark.
clone.
It's just a different timeline.
Yeah.
Ooh, socially
I
awkward
think
Deegan.
Absolutely is socially awkward, but not for the same reasons. Like Egon just never had the upbringing. I think the Deacon won't care. Is too hyper focused on moving forward. I want Deacon to be a no bullshit, like the opposite of Bargy, where it's like, let's get this done. Come on, what are we waiting on? What are we doing here? Go, 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 go.
So if you guys in chat want to look at it too, you guys can click that link and it'll take you to the
fun
to the character
notes
information
page.
so you can check them out. And also for you guys, in case you didn't write down all of your ideals, bonds, flaws, and everything else,
I did.
You can go to that link and it'll give you everything that we've talked about.
My handwriting is stupid. So.
I wrote down the gist. I'm excited for this. This is getting real fun.
Yeah, and so.
This is gonna be ridiculous.
I think this is great for character development and stuff, and I think I'm ready to start crafting a story for us, given this and given where we are and what we want to do and stuff, and our characters.
All right.
I feel comfortable with moving forward.
Are we doing this like this next week, or are we
No, this will probably be 2 to 3, maybe a month out.
Okay.
For me to feel comfortable with starting a.
Do we need any more brain sessions
Nope,
like this?
I don't think.
Right.
I might ask you guys a few personal questions about your characters through Discord and stuff, but I don't think it'll need a session or any type of role play. If there's any type of roleplay you guys want to go through, like to develop your characters, maybe we could do some of that. But to craft the story that we will be playing through, I don't think I'll need anything else.
Sweet. So for the next couple of weeks, we'll have to figure something out for the show. But
Like I'm down with coming and just playing games and hanging out. And
yeah,
stuff.
we could bring it back to the roots and do some fun cocktail stuff and play some games and bullshit around. I'm fine. I'm super fine with
Next
that.
Sunday, I'm napping.
I even had everything set up. I was gonna kick your guys' butts at stuff. Turns out I'm really good at Cold War. I was playing it earlier.
I was
today.
watching him play that yesterday. And
Yeah.
like, he was fucking.
Turns out I'm really
doing
good at that
nuts.
for some reason.
Nice.
What's
But
Cold War?
it's the new Call of Duty that came out.
Yeah, virtual
That shit
Wasteland
stresses me
Classic
out.
Edition.
It's not really my like cup of tea for games, but like I picked it up and yeah, like
It
for some
stresses
reason
me
really
out.
good at
I
it.
can't do it. There's
I don't know why this one's different from all the other ones, but
And some mechanics and stuff might change in as we go forward. Like as we were doing this, I was thinking, wait, I could just change temporary hit points into shields that regenerate, and then give you guys an armor class.
yeah, I
again.
think that's gonna be super cool. I'm really excited for that.
But I'm excited for the shields, no matter how I implement that. I think that'll be cool
Shields.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Shield program,
I'm stoked.
you know, there's gonna be all kinds of fun stuff.
There is.
I can't wait to do cat things. Like get angry at you guys and rub my butthole on your pillows.
Just cat things.
Hashtag.
Hashtag.
When I get sick, I just spit up hairballs.
Gross.
All right. Well, thanks, chat, for hanging out with us.
Yeah, holy crap, it's 10.
And giving
Everybody.
us, giving us some
Yeah,
great
This
ideas.
last couple
and stuff.
hours went by.
Yeah,
crazy
last week
fast.
and this week, you guys, chat have been awesome. Your suggestions have been super good. You're super fun. This is great. I'm really excited for this. You guys have been great. News, updates, anything?
Not for me, no. I
No.
get my second shot, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah,
And-
vaccine stuff going out. Rollout still doing well.
It's
And Annie Cats might be ready to join us when we
You're
do
fine,
our
Charlie.
first, when we do our first game, or maybe she'll come in second game or something.
Maybe.
after we
That's
establish.
exciting.
Yeah, a lot
I
of
have a few people who have actually expressed interest in being able to come in when we're able to do that.
Yeah.
realistically in the next 2 to 3 months.
Hey, thank you, One Skycrafts and Solaris Arcturus.
Yeah, y'all are awesome.
I don't know. James is a loser. No,
I
wait, not
loser.
James. I meant Josh.
True.
I'm gonna have to find someone that can.
That's what happens when I try to insult people. I just fuck it up.
Almost
let's go-
all Joshes were
let's
losers,
switch
and there was
over to
only
the
one winner
chatting.
yesterday.
There is
Oh, yeah,
only
thing
there's
real fast.
one true Josh now.
Yeah.
Josh, what are you changing your name to since you can't be Josh anymore?
Jersh.
Jersh.
Is there something I missed? Like, is that?
The Josh fight.
Literally a year ago, a dude sent out a message saying you have 1 year to prepare. On 4/24/21, we're all going to meet at the following coordinates, which was like outside of Lincoln, Nebraska, and we're going to battle, and only one Josh can take the name, and the rest of you have to change your name.
Okay, so I'm guessing that didn't happen.
No, it did happen.
About 1,000 people showed up yesterday. And
1,000?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Luckily, it from all the pictures that I saw,
there a
most
big
of them
fight?
were they fought with pool noodles.
Oh,
And they had a rock, paper, scissors battle.
They had a rock paper scissors battle.
wow, these Joshes sound great.
The winner of the Josh fight was a 5-year-old boy.
Yes.
So he's the one that gets it.
He is now a Josh Supreme.
Oh, wow, nice.
Oh yeah, it was specifically for Josh Swains.
Oh, we know a Josh Swain.
Do we?
Yeah, packet. Maybe I shouldn't say too much information. I just realized, but
Yeah.
yeah, we definitely know one.
Okay, so
I
I
guess I
didn't-
have to ask. I hope he's alive. I
The
like that
meme
guy.
doesn't show that it's just Josh Swain's. I don't think very well. But that
I
makes a lot
trust
of
the
sense.
Josh in the chat.
That makes a lot of sense. It just didn't show it like in the meme. It's not explicitly
Reported for
clear.
Josh.
Reported
Yeah.
for doxing.
Thanks,
yes.
appreciate it.
And there was an instance where apparently the original coordinates were bought or something, and it's private land, so they actually left like a pallet on the original location that was like, this is private land, the new location for the battle is at like these GPS coordinates.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's creepy.
Yeah, it was a bowling alley area
Oh.
or something like. I don't know what they said it was.
Sounds
It says
awful.
it was written on a pallet.
Yeah.
An old pallet.
Well, good for 5-year-old Josh. I'm glad you won
Yeah,
that. And
5-year-old Josh is the Josh ultimate supreme champion of all Joshes.
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah. Thank you again, everybody. We'll get out of here.
I have to pee really bad again, so
we'll probably go back to a normal format next week and play some games and do some fun stuff. So definitely join us then. And yeah.
All right.
So no other news, nothing. Cool. Okay. Easy sign out.
Yeah.
We're a minute early. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Bye.
We're done. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Look,
Bye,
can
guys.
see me.
Bye. Yeah. Say, where's Caitlin? Say bye to Caitlin. That one.
It's me.
Night.
Good night.